St. John's County Circuit Court will return to order.
You can all be seated, thank you.
John, immediately approach sidebar.
Sure. Do you need a court report?
Espinasco.
Before we get started, the issue of any objections or exceptions to the pre-sentence investigation and the DJJ reports, I wanted to address that with you before we begin. So as to the pre-sentence investigation report, I know that the state had no objections or exceptions. Does the defense have any objections or exceptions to anything contained on this report?
No, Your Honor. The only addition or the only issue with both of them is that the defendant had prepared a letter. There was just an issue because of his housing that things were moved and getting the letter. We do have the letter and we'll submit it today.
Okay. And how about the adult sentencing summary report from DJJ? Any objections or exceptions to anything contained on that document?
Exception being regarding his statement. We do have that and we'll provide it to the court today.
All right. Very well. Thank you. All right. And you said you have your first witness. I'm sorry. What was the name?
Raul Espinasco.
All right. Raul Espinasco. Sir, if you'll approach this railing in front of me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, sir, if you'll come on around here and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable. You may adjust that microphone.
This should work.
All right. Sir, please state your name.
Raul Espinasco, RAUL-SBANASCO.
And how are you employed?
I am a prison consultant as well as a jail administrator.
And can you please give a brief summary of where you've worked in the past?
Started my career in the state of New York with Juvenile Justice System, and in 1988 joined the Florida State Department of Corrections as a corrections officer, in which I served that agency for 20 years in a variety of capacities. I was a classification officer, moved up the ranks as a classification supervisor, worked a variety of facilities, starting at Lake Correctional Institution, Maximum Security Prison, Central Florida Reception Center, and then got promoted to Polk CI as a senior supervisor and served the next 7 years as an assistant warden down south at Martin CI, Tomoka Correctional Institution outside of Daytona Beach, and then got promoted to Hernando CI as a warden and served in the capacity as director of staff development for the whole prison system for about 2 years, and then transitioned over to Orlando's County Jail and Osceola County Jail as well.
All right. And do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm a certified jail administrator through the AJA Commission, as well as a certified corrections executive through ACA.
And what's your education?
My education background, my undergraduate degree is in psychology, as well as my master's in public administration to Florida Atlantic University.
And I heard your employment summary, but when was the last time you worked for the Florida Department of Corrections?
2006.
And from the time that you worked at the Florida Department of Corrections, are you familiar with the department's policies and procedures?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you also worked in the county jail of Orange County and Osceola County?
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with the policy and procedures with both the jails and the prisons in Florida?
Yes.
And have you been working as a consultant and an expert witness?
Yes.
How much do you charge?
$200 an hour.
Okay. And have you previously testified in court proceedings?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 27 times.
Okay. And have you previously testified as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd offer Raul Espinasco as an expert in corrections policy. And
All right. May I ask you any further questions?
how did you first get involved in Aiden's case?
Yeah, I was contacted on March 7th, 2023 by yourself, Rosemary Peoples.
All right. And in the Florida Department of Corrections, how are juveniles held or housed?
The way juveniles are held, depending on how they're classified, juveniles can be sentenced up to the age of 21 by the courts as a youthful offender, or the department can classify them or categorize them up to the age of 24, in which they will go through the reception process, either Central Florida Reception Center in this case, and they will be sent to a prison based on their custody and their risk assessment and their behavior while in the county jail, as well as when they enter into the prison system.
All right. Now, do inmates have to work in prison?
I'm sorry?
Do inmates have to work in prison?
Yes, they do.
And does that include inmates that are sentenced to a term of years or life?
Yes, both.
Okay. What if they're disabled? Do they still have to work?
They still have to work.
And what happens if they refuse to work?
They will be put in confinement, as we often call it, the hole. If they fail to work, they will be given a rule infraction, which is known as a disciplinary report. They will go through their administrative process and spend the sanction of their time in disciplinary confinement with no privileges, just the basic day-to-day living environment that we're providing to them.
All right. Now, how much of the work inside the prison is actually done by the inmates?
Approximately 80 to 85% of the prison system is sustained by the inmate labor that we house.
And are inmates that are, what incentives are there for inmates that have a term of years versus a life sentence?
Well, for the most part, they're both the same. The incentives are you can have commissary opportunities, visitations with your family and friends, phone calls, and recreation. All those things are just incentives, but at the end of the day, if you're not working, all those privileges will be taken away from you.
All right. So then, if someone's in prison and they're not following the rules, what would happen?
They would spend as much time in disciplinary confinement, and if they continue to behave in that fashion, the next level will be either send them to a facility known as close management, where we send the most egregious inmates who cannot function in the general population or can do harm to themselves, other inmates, or the staff. So we will place them in close management, and we have designated prisons throughout the state that would deal with that population.
What's a disciplinary referral?
A disciplinary referral is pretty much a rule infraction. The Department of Corrections has a variety of rule infractions, either from a minor disciplinary report to a major, and each of those carry an infraction of either loss of gain time or placement in disciplinary confinement for an extended period of time.
And it sounds like then there's different levels of disciplinary reports?
Correct. There's minor disciplinary reports. For example, a minor disciplinary report might be disobeying a verbal order or written order or tattooing, which might give you privileges taken away or even maybe put you on probation, while anyone who assaults an officer, assaults an inmate, or basically has any kind of physical activity or might be a danger to the population can be placed in disciplinary confinement. That's a major disciplinary report.
Then are the disciplinary reports, are they handled differently with a county jail versus prison?
Well, county jails have a sort of different process. County jails, for the most part, because they're short-term type of inmates, for the most part, they have their own disciplinary processes, but they pretty much mirror themselves. They have identified certain charges that are minor, as well as those major disciplinary reports that are for major rule infractions. So they have a different system, but it sort of mirrors itself.
Now, looking at, again, turning to prisons, Florida Department of Corrections, what programs are available to juveniles or younger offenders?
Well, it depends. When they come to the reception process, one of the things we have to do is look at them at their sentence structure, look at their release date, if they're serving a life sentence, also their medical grade, mental health grade, and then we do an assessment and we determine what is the prison that will best fit this individual, and more important, keeping public safety paramount. And in this particular case, with the Department of Corrections, there's only 2 facilities at this time due to closures that can house an individual like this, and that is either Suwannee Correctional Institution, where we send all the maximum security male youthful offenders, or Lake City Correctional Institution, which is another facility we contract with. I say we, the Department of Corrections contracts with, that we send the 2 type of male youthful offenders. The women go to Lowell CI, where they have about 5,000 women housed at that facility.
So it sounds like the youthful or the juveniles under 21 then are sent to Lake City or the other place you just mentioned.
In both climates are different. So for the most part, those who are following the rules and don't have a lot of behavior issues will most likely end up at Suwannee Correctional Institution. We send more of the most challenging population of youth over to Lake City Correctional Institution, where they deal with more of the behavior and aggressive behavior that comes with youthful offenders.
And you said more. Why is there more? Is there more aggressive behavior with youthful offenders?
In my years of experience running a youthful offender camp, what you see is individuals who are between the age of 13, I've seen them come into the prison system, to the age of 24, which they still haven't developed a lot of their social skills. And also there's a lot of territorial, I say turfs, in which they have to prove themselves. So they tend to be very aggressive or have to do give the perception that they're strong, and they get into a lot of behavioral challenges, which they find themselves fighting a lot and get themselves in a lot of trouble, in which that population is very challenging to manage as an administrator.
Now, in terms of, I was asking about programs earlier. Has there been a change over the years in the programs available to the youth in the Department of Corrections?
Yes, most recently they have this new program called CNUS, which is now an integrated risk assessment program that they just rolled out, which happens at the reception center. So to paint the picture, there's 3 reception centers in the state of Florida: South Florida, North Florida, and Central Florida for males, in which at the reception center now we have technology, we have tablets, in which the inmates have to answer a variety of questionnaires. That is all tabulated, and it is assessed in this new component of risk assessment and determine what will meet their risk assessment, because the goal is to deal from community to prison. So these are individuals that they're trying to identify so we can give them the resources the agency can. So hopefully when they get released, they don't get reoffended and come back into the system. The challenge that the current system has, like most historically also, is that those inmates who are sentenced to death or life sentence or have a severe mental health issue are excluded from this new risk assessment program. That's something that will be considered much later down the road, because they're trying to capture the population that has at least 36 months from release, to capture that population, to provide them with services in the efforts of hopefully them not reoffending.
All right. So with a life sentence, there's some programs may be available. Is it fair to describe that a juvenile with a life sentence would be a bottom of the priority list to access these programs? Yes,
youthful offenders will never be denied program opportunities, but they were not on the priority list. They're not on the spectrum. The goal is to eventually give them an opportunity, but looking at the population that's going to be released in hopes that they would benefit more effectively with the programs offered.
In prison, what's the typical day for an inmate?
Typical day for an individual in prison, basically at 4:30 in the morning, you're woken up, you have to go to count. Then we march you down to the chow hall. You have up to 10 minutes in which you have to eat your meal. You don't get the opportunity to sit next to your friend. The goal is get in, get out. You go back to your housing unit. You go through another count. You go through various counts throughout the 24-hour cycle. You get back to your dormitory, and then you have either your work assignment or your program assignment in which you have to be where you need to be. If you have any kind of medical appointments, you have to follow those as well. And basically, throughout the entire day, it's it's regimented. You're told what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and the expectation that you follow the rules of the Department of Corrections.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to pose an objection. I'm not sure what relevance the day-to-day life someone might have in prison is relevant to the sentencing factors in this particular case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then, in terms of looking specifically to this case, you received some materials that you were able to review?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in review of those materials from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, what information were you able to glean from that?
What I was able to receive from the Jacksonville was several informational sheets, incident reports of his involvement in an altercation or a group situation with other inmates, as well as his confinement records, where he was either in general population or in isolation for self-harm or for protection as well.
All right. And in terms of his confinement in Duval, there's that incident report. What was the resolution for that?
On one of the reports on December 25th, he checked himself in because he was in fear of his life, because he stated in his statement that he was being harassed or bullied over his commissary. Coincidentally, that same day, from December 25th to January 25th, Sergeant Cox was assigned to investigate a variety of allegations made by other inmates in his housing environment he was at the time, I think, 15, and the other inmates were 17, and basically there was some concerning behavior that the officer had observed, that he had made some threats to another inmate, as well as there were some other hearsay conversations, but at the end was not clear on what came out of that circumstance. Just basically the incident report was provided to me, and that was the only information I was provided by the Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office.
Right. Then, looking to what you had said earlier about that juvenile population having behavioral issues, was that uncommon what you read in that report, seeing that other juveniles were fighting with each other, having behavioral issues with each other?
Dealing with this population, it's not uncommon. They are going to get into a variety of fights and steal from each other. That's just the juvenile behavior that happens. And that's sort of what we deal with in the corrections environment. And I think in also referencing Sergeant Cox, I know in his deposition, he is familiar with that as well. It sort of happens in county jails as well as prisons. That's just a very challenging population.
Now, did you speak with any of Aiden's family members?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
His mother, Crystal Smith.
And what did you learn in that conversation?
In the short period of time I spoke with her, what I learned was that he was in 8th grade at the time of the crime that was committed, and that he had some sort of learning challenge in which she provided tutoring lessons after class, and that he was raised in a Christian faith-backed family.
Were you able to speak to anyone from the Jacksonville or the Duval jail?
No, ma'am. I made an attempt to speak to Chief Calloway, who's the jail administrator for Duval County. He was on vacation, and as recent as yesterday, he reached out to me, and I reached out to him, but we never had an opportunity to communicate and talk.
All right. So Aiden's been in custody since May 9th, and he's moved around a bit, meaning there was a short period where he was in Volusia, and the majority of time, is it fair to say he's been in Duval?
Correct.
All right. How long has he been in custody overall?
He's been in custody over 22 months. He came into St. John's on May 9th, and on May 10th he was a direct file in which they moved him over to the juvenile detention Volusia Regional Facility over in Daytona Beach for about 18 days. And then on May 28th he was transferred over to Duval County, Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office.
Right. And in his time, you mentioned it earlier, but so he's been in protective custody, or if you can explain the difference.
Of the 22 months he's been in Duval, pretty much he's been in some form of self-harm or protective custody for about 17 months. He's only remained in different stints of time, 5 months in general population.
And is it common for a juvenile that's direct filed with adult charges for that child to be in this form of protective custody?
Case by case. Sometimes what you do have is some of the younger population that, depending on the size, they're maybe their lack of exposure to the criminal justice system, they will utilize the opportunity to go into self-harm or might have a mental health crisis or even for protection from other circumstances, that they will utilize that as an option to get out of their circumstances. So it does happen from time to time, but it's case by case.
Okay. Now, in terms of Aiden's family, were they able to discuss their ability to contact him or financially support him?
Yes, his mother shared with me. She communicates with him weekly, as well as she provides as much as she can to his commissary account, so he has some way to sustain himself for items that he wants to purchase.
All right. Does Aiden have a work history?
No, he was 14 at the time of his arrest, and from my records, he was not employed or had that opportunity due to his age.
So what special skills does he have, if any?
He has none.
In terms of, because you did do some classification work in your years in DOC? Or
Approximately
Department
about
of-
7 years, yes, ma'am.
All right. With what you know of the charge or what he's pending sentencing on, how would he be classified, meaning Aiden?
He will be classified as close custody given the due to the crime that was committed, as well as most likely his sentence. But because of the crime, he would be close custody throughout the Department of Corrections.
And based on your experience then, how would a term of years versus a life sentence change Aiden's classification, if any?
The difference would be a term of years would give him an opportunity for a judge to review his sentence at a later date, and also give him perhaps the opportunity to get, I could say, placed on a priority list or a little higher level to be considered for some kind of vocational programming or cognitive development courses, anger management, those things that might be suitable based on his risk assessment outcome.
So the programs that are there, he would have some priority if he had a term of years versus a life sentence.
Given the Department of Corrections challenges, if those who have a lesser sentence or have an opportunity to be reviewed at a later date will most likely be moved up on the list.
All right. And then, but the classification wouldn't change if it's a life sentence or a term of years.
Absolutely not. He will remain close custody based on my years of experience.
All right. Now, Aiden can read, so what opportunities would he have, for example, a GED program?
That would be something that the Department of Corrections Education Department would have to do based on the risk assessment, have him go through a TAB test and look at the opportunity when his role would come and if they have a slot for him to be enrolled in the GED program, given the circumstances of only 2 prisons at this time designated for youthful offenders, which is where the department is challenged with a big population and very few prisons to house them.
All right. At what point, with a term of years then, because the minimum that Aiden would be eligible for is 40, at what point would he be moved, or would he be moved after the age of 25?
Well, he's subject to be moved at any time. It depends on his institutional adjustment. So regardless of what prison he gets sent to, he can turn 18, and if he's not functioning well in a youthful offender camp or we can send him to an adult prison throughout the state of Florida.
All right. And is it fair to describe then that based on your experience, well, let me ask, based on your experience, what would you anticipate placement then specific for Aiden?
Most likely he would probably be placed at Suwannee Correctional Institution, which based on his age, he's a lot younger than those that they send over the Lake City Correctional Institution, but most likely he would be sent to Suwannee Correctional Institution to see how he does in adjustment at that facility.
All right. And I understand your answer earlier, but just to clarify, so in either instance, whether it's a term of years of life, he would be eligible for programs. Is that fair?
Yes, he would.
But with a life sentence, then the priority or his access to those programs would be diminished.
Correct.
Fair to say that with a life sentence, he'd be at the bottom of any list because the priority would be for the individuals or the juveniles with 36 months or less.
Yes.
And it wasn't always like that, is that fair to say, because the resources have now been reduced?
Yeah, a lot has changed in the last few years, particularly with COVID, but I left the system in 2006, and years ago there was a lot of opportunity for rehabilitative programs. At the end of the day, resources were different. The economy was in a different place, and we all in the corrections profession, not only just in prison systems, but in county jails, a lot of our educational cognitive development courses are sort of not as available because the resources not out there and the employment and the workforce is a challenge to get those folks in. That's why we're doing all type of interesting things with technology, with tablets, trying to provide as many program services as possible in a corrections environment.
All right. And based on your experience, do you believe that Aiden could contribute to the prison system if he was sentenced to a term of years instead of a life sentence?
Well, if he's sentenced to a term of years, the opportunity to get involved in some kind of vocational program would benefit the Department of Corrections, so he can learn some kind of trade and put that trade to work to benefit the taxpayers of the state of Florida by putting him to help maintain the facilities that we have to maintain throughout the state.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Espinasco.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
You do almost all of your work as a private consultant is criminal, correct?
Correct.
90% of your work is in the criminal realm.
Correct.
80% of that work that you've done is for the defense, is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you've never been retained as an expert in your field by any state agency in the state of Florida, correct?
No.
And you said you were contacted about this case on March the 7th, which is like 12 days ago,
Yes.
2 weeks ago. And in that time, you have reviewed records to come to court today and to testify about what you think is best for the defendant, in this case, Aiden Fucci. Is that right?
Based on my years of experience on the information, yes.
Have you ever met with Aiden Fucci?
No.
Why not?
Never had the opportunity because of the time constraints and because where he was placed, my understanding, in Duval County, it was very restrictive in having access to him.
You live here in the state of Florida, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that did anybody at the Duval County Jail tell you that you could not meet with Mr. Fucci?
No, sir.
Did anybody else tell you that you would not be permitted to speak with Mr. Fucci?
No, sir.
So why didn't you meet with Mr. Fucci?
When I spoke to the Public Defender's Office, the time constraints were very tight, and actually reaching out to Chief Galloway, those were one of the things I know I was hoping to maybe get an opportunity to speak with him in person, but it just never came to fruition.
You were contacted 2 weeks ago, and you don't think that you had enough time to meet with Mr. Fucci within that 2 weeks?
In talking with the Public Defender's Office and where he was housed, it was my understanding that would have been a challenge at the time.
I see. So the Public Defender's Office told you that you could not meet with Mr. Fucci.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
They did not give you the opportunity to meet with him, correct?
Yes.
Would you have liked to have met with him?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
If the opportunity was afforded to me, yes.
And why is that?
It's always a good opportunity. If the opportunity is provided, it's always good to have a good conversation to know face to face where that individual is, based just having a report on records.
Now, you mentioned, you discussed some altercations that Mr. Fucci had gotten into, some records that you reviewed on that, is that right?
Yes.
And to kind of start off this conversation, you'd indicated that, I think you were pointing out that he has basically been sort of in a confinement status at the Duval County Jail for all but, I think you said 5 days, is that right?
No, he's been in general population approximately 5 months.
Okay.
And 17 have been, as they categorize it, isolation cell, either for mental health or for self-harm or for protection.
Okay. And I wanted to talk about that. You had indicated that he was in that confinement situation because of, I guess, some indications of self-harm. Did you read in any of the records where Mr. Fucci actually committed acts of self-harm at all?
No.
Did you review, did you see any medical records where he had injured himself in any way?
No.
Isn't it true, Mr. Espinasco, that sometimes that those records, when they say self-harm, he may be placed in that status as a precautionary measure.
Yes.
Is there any indication whatsoever that it was anything more than simply precautionary?
In some instances, this often happens because of notoriety of the case. They place them in that status as well. And I think in one of the documents it was sort of referenced because someone might have heard about his case or was in the news or something.
Isn't it also correct that someone can be placed in confinement status for disciplinary reasons?
Yes.
And in fact, in one of the stretches where he was in confinement, the date that he was placed in confinement coincided with a report where he had threatened another inmate.
Correct. He had checked himself in on December 25th, and that's when Sergeant Cox reports referenced December 25th to January 25th, the period of time in which there was a...
Let's talk a little bit about that. What was the date that he had self-reported
December 25th, 21.
of 2021? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had kind of indicated that was the same date that the report had issued that he had threatened someone, right?
Yes, the report that was written by Sergeant Cox covers the period of December 25th, of 2021 to January 25th of 2021, in which he completed on the January 27th of 2021.
Isn't it true, sir, that that report was dated January the 25th of 2022?
The signature is the 22, correct. But on the front of the report, it started December 25th, 21, to January 25th, 22.
The report, though, indicates that the threat occurred on January the 25th of 2022. That's when it was reported, correct?
That's when it was reported.
Right. But that's a year
Later.
That's a year later, right? Mm-hmm. So those two things don't necessarily coincide.
Well, I would bear to differ. The incident that he checked himself in was December 25th, 21, according to the report.
Right.
And the report by Sergeant Cox covers a span of December 25th, 21 to January 25th, 2022.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're trying to convey that he was placed in confinement because he was in fear of his life. And you're trying to coincide that event with this other incident that occurred where he threatened an inmate, right?
No, what I'm trying to state is he checked himself in on the 21st, December 25th of 2021, and in the synopsis report that covers December 25th, 21 to January 25th, 22, in the report from Sergeant Cox, it makes reference to a variety of allegations from other inmates as well as an officer observing some behavior by him. So it sort of butt ups against the report. He checks himself in, and when they reviewed that period of time, it backs up into the date he checked himself in for self-harm.
But my original question, though, was one of the stretches that he spent in confinement, the date of that, the beginning of his confinement period, coincided with the date that it was reported that he had threatened another inmate.
That's correct.
And he threatened another inmate by saying he was going to stab him, correct?
That's what's stated in the report. Yes, sir.
Now, you had indicated earlier that it was not clear how that sort of investigation turned out.
Correct. I was requesting hopefully additional more information to find out what resulted from that.
So you didn't review any disciplinary reports?
I was not furnished that information, sir.
want to talk to you a little bit about your testimony concerning some of the things you said about the difference between a term of years sentence versus a life sentence. You had indicated that it was your understanding that it was only under a term of years sentence that Mr. Fucci would receive some type of review. Did I understand you correctly?
No, because they're youthful offenders, they are going to get a period of review where the judge can look at possibly modifying their sentence.
Okay. So you understand that whether he gets a term of years sentence or whether he gets a life sentence, he's going to still have a review.
Correct.
And so for juveniles, a person who's been sentenced to a crime that committed while he was a juvenile, there's, regardless of what the sentence is going to be, there's a possibility he could get out one day.
That's correct.
And the Department of Corrections understands this.
That's correct.
And so there are programs that would be available to him. Is that right?
Programs are always going to be available. It's just a priority.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Bonasco.
Good morning.
2 weeks ago, basically, when I'd sent you the paperwork available, I'd indicated these are the DRs that I'm aware of. And on review, you explained to me that they were not DRs.
That's correct.
And that's when we started the ball rolling, so to speak, to see if you could speak to Captain Calloway in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Chief Calloway, yes.
Chief Calloway, I apologize. So on your review again of what I presume was a DR, what was the result of that incident?
It was very unclear. Basically, there were some allegations made. The officer did witness the individual, Fucci, make a threat against another inmate, and there was an extensive assessment of several inmates and witnesses of complaints, as well as his statement as well.
All right.
That's all I could gather from the information.
And then looking to the population, because they're all juveniles there, and they're all juveniles with serious charges in Jacksonville. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, there's most youthful offenders who are in that environment usually have some very, very heinous crimes they were committed. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is it uncommon, or let me backstep it a bit, is it uncommon for different groups to form within jails?
No.
Okay. And if an individual enters a jail and doesn't have any association with any of those groups, is his time in jail more difficult?
Most likely, with my years of experience, they have to identify with a group, or they will be often preyed on, unless depending on their demeanor and their response to certain kind of jailhouse or prison house environment, they either survive, flight, or fight.
All right. So part of the behavior issues that come out with juveniles, is that born out of this issue of they need to defend themselves against the other juveniles that are there?
Well, in my years of experience, and particularly with juveniles in the adult prison system, that is their defense mechanism for the most part, unless they're individuals who know people in prison or have gang affiliations. But unless they're not really connected, they sort of have to find their way, navigate their environment, and sort of attach themselves with somebody in order to most likely not be part of the overall management challenges that administrators have to deal with.
And for the juvenile that has no one to attach to, solitary would be a safe place. Is that fair?
It's common that they would check themselves in for their own safety or a variety of other reasons, but that is usually the go-to to sort of check out of your housing environment.
All right. And that's similar to what we see with Aiden Fucci in the county jail records?
From my records, he has spent the majority of his time in protective custody or some form of isolation, which he has not really functioned much in general population, so that is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Can I ask a few more questions? Mr. Bonasco, I want to ask you about the confinement situation. Did you ever go to the Duval County Jail to see kind of what the setup was?
No, sir.
Did you ever review the deposition of Officer Cox?
Sergeant Cox, yes, sir.
You did review his deposition. So you saw that in his deposition he indicated that the juveniles that are placed in confinement are not there by themselves. They're actually there with other juveniles.
Sometimes at 2 or 3, I read that.
So he's not there in isolation completely alone.
No, but for the most part, not in general population, but it's so their form of isolation as they classify it.
I think in one circumstance he indicated there was could be as many as 10 juveniles in that area, correct?
I did read that as well.
Nothing further.
All right. Excused.
One moment, Your Honor.
All right. One more follow-up.
Just one more follow-up, Your Honor. You have the inmate housing location records?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The inmate housing location records?
Yes, I do.
All right. So there are instances where he has another bunkie, so to speak, for a short period of time, but it's still fair to describe him as in isolation or housed alone for the majority of the time?
Let me make reference to that again. There was some instances where I remember where sometimes he had one bunkie, sometimes he had no bunkie, sometimes he had 2 or 3 in his room.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Winsky, excused.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're free to go. Thank you. Call another witness.
Dwayne Barton.
Dwayne Barton. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You can come on up here. If you will pause right there, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir. If you'll come on around and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable, and you may adjust that microphone. Counsel, your witness.
Please state your name.
Dwayne Barton.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Department of Juvenile Justice
Sorry. And how long have you been employed with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
since December 2002.
All right. And so that's 20 years roughly with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How far did you go with your education?
Bachelor's degree.
Okay. And what job titles have you held over the years with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Juvenile probation officer. Supervised release tracker. Alternative to secure detention officer.
All right. Now, turning specifically to this case, how did you become involved with Aiden Fucci?
Circuit 7, St. Johns County, requested that Duval County provide courtesy supervision / wellness checks on Aiden.
All right. And in terms of your wellness checks, what did that mean? What exactly were you doing?
Basically just checking to see if he was being abused, if he had any bruises, marks. He was being involved in fights with staff or with his peers.
All right. So how often would you see Aiden?
Once a month or every other month.
And how did he appear to you the first time you saw him?
The first initial visit, he appeared very anxious. He paced back and forth in the interview room, and he indicated he was hearing voices.
Was you said he was pacing back and forth. Did he make any eye contact with you?
Very little.
All right. And did you see any marks on his arms?
He did have some what appeared to be old marks. I'm not sure how he got those, but they didn't appear to be deep marks. It was just like scratches.
All right. And did he indicate any issues? Well, you said hearing voices. Did he indicate anything else?
No, not that
All right.
I recall.
And You continue to see him each month, every other month, roughly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the purpose of that, when you say wellness check, what exactly are you checking on?
Again, just checking to see if he was, being involved in fights, if he had any bruises, just make sure he wasn't being abused.
Okay. Did his demeanor with you change over time?
It appeared that he got, a little more comfortable with me because I was seeing him more frequent.
Did he start to make eye contact with you?
Yes,
So over time, the two of you are actually having conversations without him pacing?
yes.
Right. How many visits in total do you think you've made with Aiden over the years?
I believe it was like 9.
And at times, were you encouraging Aiden to work with the mental health staff?
I was.
All right. Did you have?
each-
Go ahead.
Almost each time I would tell him to, if he was having any issues, to reach out to the mental health staff at the jail.
But you specifically weren't having any conversations with them.
No.
All right. So you're encouraging to meet with mental health staff.
Yes.
Okay. Did he follow your advice?
I'm not certain. I do know that he did indicate that he had previously put in a sick call request for some medication for acne.
Okay. And then in terms of the voices, is that something that continued on for a period of time? Meaning his reporting it to you?
It was reported each time.
And he also indicated to you that he was taking certain medications?
Yes, initially he said he was taking lithium, but it also changed. He was taking Remron and Zoloft, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Now, you've indicated that you've worked with DJJ for about 20 years.
Yes.
Okay. And over your 20 years, well, let me ask you, how many juveniles have you supervised on average per year?
I couldn't answer that.
All right. So over the 20 years, you wouldn't have an answer of how many juveniles you've worked with?
No.
Fair to say almost countless?
Countless, yes.
All right. Then, and in terms of you actually going into the jails and having wellness visits, Aiden's not the first kid you've done this with.
To this extent, yes.
Go ahead.
I have gone in and checked on other kids, but it wasn't not that often.
All right. And then in terms of children reporting, whether in custody or out, Aiden's not the first child that you've worked with that's reported having some issues in terms of hearing voices.
I don't recall any other kids other than Aiden
All right.
reporting. If they did report it, we will make referrals to different providers. But
But-
the extent of it.
Go ahead.
That's pretty much the extent of it.
But what I'm getting to is that over the years, and it's been 20 years, you've had to work with children that are having some mental health issues, meaning you're not counseling, but you're working with others that are working with the children on those issues.
Yes.
All right. In terms of you sitting with Aiden one-on-one, so he's less anxious, there's more eye contact. So after a period of time, the two of you are able to work or at least speak to each other? Or is there an improvement in the communications between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. With your interactions with him, were there any behavioral issues?
No, never.
When he's reporting to you the hearing voices, you don't follow up and ask specifically what he's hearing. Is that fair to say?
No, ma'am.
That's not what you're there for.
No.
Okay. You're aware that, or is it fair to say part of the reason you're doing the wellness check so long is because Aiden was in solitary for a period of time?
I'm not sure if it was solitary. I think they
Confinement, I'm sorry. The phrase is
isolation. Isolation due to his age.
confinement. All right. And have you seen, over your 20 years, children sitting in confinement for that long a period of time?
I haven't.
So
I haven't had any kids that has been in long as Aiden has
in confinement.
that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. One moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Barton.
Good morning.
So these wellness checks that you were doing with Mr. Fucci, I believe you stated you were doing them. You would make visits to the jail and meet with several kids in the same day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't the only juvenile that you were checking on that was charged as an adult in that jail, right?
No.
Okay. And the point of those checks, it sounds like you kind of summarized it. You were looking for abuse, any signs of injury, general wellness checks, like how they're doing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever see with him, or were there any complaints about abuse by another inmate, let's say?
No. He did indicate that he was involved in a physical altercation on one occasion.
Okay, so he told you about a fight he had one time, but outside that fight, any abuse by staff or other inmates? He
Not
never
that I'm
complained of
aware
that. Okay. And when you met with these kids, you described it wasn't like a checklist that you had verbatim, but you checked on the same things every. Right?
Not necessarily. I would ask, are you currently taking any medications? And, they'll report. I'm taking lithium for, hearing voices or depression or bipolar, things
Okay.
of that nature.
But that's being checked on. A general mental health questions being
Yes.
asked every time. So he's answering you in response to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you stated, you have a lot of experience with DJJ, but you're not a psychologist, right?
I'm not.
Okay, so you don't get into the details. You're there basically to document his well-being and then advise him of resources that may be available for him while he's in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And that very first visit you had with him where he was anxious, sort of pacing, was that close in time to his arrest and being moved to that jail?
I believe it was June of 2021.
Okay.
So I'm not really certain if it within that month or, a couple days.
Right, that was the first time. And then his interaction with you got better. He was calmer with you after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. He denied, one of the things you ask about is if they have any suicidal thoughts, and he denied that when you met with him over the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you never saw any proof or evidence that he was trying to harm himself in any way?
No, ma'am.
You would have reported that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified in your deposition that when you met with the juveniles, it's not like you went to their cell. You were put in a room and they were brought to you. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't sure the breakdown of how many days he spent in general population versus administrative confinement versus true isolation, right? You don't know those numbers.
I don't.
Okay. So you wouldn't be viewing him in the setting. He would be brought to you.
He will be brought.
Okay. So that information is best to come from the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also had testified when asked about his maturity level that you felt he was pretty mature for his age.
I did.
Okay. And you've been doing this and working with juveniles for 20 years, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, no further questions.
Thank you very much, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
May I see the attorneys at sidebar?
No, if we could just have a minute and we'll bring in the witness.
Oh. Minute recess. You can, and then you'll call one more witness before lunch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. We'll take 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
Recess. St. Johns County Circuit Court will return to order.
Could all be seated, thank you.
Your Honor, defense calls Deborah Spieler.
All right. Is this testimony? So she'll be coming?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward, please. You can come on up. If you'll pause right there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, ma'am, you can come on around here, have a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone if you could scoot forward just a little bit. All right, thank you. Counsel, you're a witness.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Debbie. Sorry. Debbie.
In your full name?
Deborah Spiewak.
All right. And where do you live?
Live Oak.
And how many children do you have?
I have 4 children.
And how many grandchildren?
12.
Debbie, how do you know Aiden?
He's my grandson.
And how long have you known him?
Since he was born.
And how often would you see Aiden over the years?
All the time.
And when you say all the time, how is that?
I mean, we're always together. We're a big family. We do everything together. We're always together. I stayed with them too because I work here in Jacksonville, so it saved me a drive to not have to drive home all the time. So I would stay with my daughter and her family.
So a lot of dinners and breakfasts, you would see Aiden.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay. Who did Aiden live with?
Primary with his mom, but his dad and his mom shared, custody.
So how often would he spend days or weekends with his father?
They alternate. I think his dad got him Tuesday and Thursdays and every other weekend, so that's how they worked it. They were really adamant on having their days. Nobody wanted to miss their time.
Okay. Both parents wanted to spend time with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how many brothers, or how many children Aiden's your grandson by your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children does she have?
She has 5.
Okay. And where is Aiden in that group of 5 children?
He's in the middle.
Now, did the 5 kids get along?
Yeah, they get along just like normal kids. Yeah, I've never seen any fighting or arguing or any problems at all. It was a pretty happy home.
Okay. How would you describe Aiden in that home with the other 5 kids?
Aiden's always been silly and funny, and the jokester of the kids. He was always happy. Every picture I have, he smiles. I don't know what happened.
Now, what's your daughter Aiden's mother like?
Oh, she's a good person. She's good-hearted and kind and sweet, and she's my daughter. I love her.
And his father? What's Aiden's father like?
Oh, he's a good man. He's always been in their lives, and you don't see that often. And when people split up, there's always one that stays out of their life, but he's always stayed in his son's life from the beginning.
Now, what holidays would you share with Aiden?
All of them, and especially birthdays, because my youngest daughter, their birthdays were like a few days apart, and so we always celebrate them together.
Meaning Aiden and your daughter?
Yes, my youngest daughter.
All right. And would sometimes those celebrations be at your daughter's home and sometimes in Live
A lot
Oak?
of times on my property because, it's country, they like to ride the four-wheelers and go to the springs and river, and it was just, I have a lot of family out there, and, everybody kind of came together there.
So where did the kids spend the summer?
Well, some in Jacksonville and some out there with me. They like to, like I said, they like the country. They like being out there. It's just more peaceful out there and happy, and just the four-wheelers. Kids love four-wheelers, and we go to Springs a lot in the summer, and cookouts and fires, and we hit Itch Tuckney a lot. And what was the other part of that question? Sorry.
So in the summer, now sometimes would Aiden come with you and the family? Was there any other activities, say the Bible
they
camps
like-
in the summer?
Yeah, they like to come. We have Vacation Bible School once, every summer. So him and his older sibling would come for that. And they like to go to the church with me. And church always had little events and activities, so they'd come do that with me too.
Now, Tristan, Aiden's responsible for taking Tristan's life on Sunday, May 9th. But what was the plan for the night before, that Saturday night for Aiden?
Well, he was supposed to go with his cousins because they were going to spend the night at my other daughter's house. And so the boys were supposed to come pick them up, and they picked up his older brother, but he wasn't there yet. I guess he was still with his friend. So he had called them to please come back and pick me up, but they said they didn't have any gas. So that's why he never made it over there. And then, I guess, this happened.
So that night the plan was for Aiden and his brother to go out with some cousins.
Yeah, they were going to spend the night over there at my other daughter's house.
Okay.
And his oldest brother made it, but he wasn't there yet. They said he was still with his friends, and they didn't want to wait around. So when he had called them to come back and pick him up, they said they didn't have gas money. And so he ended up staying home.
So there wasn't enough gas money to come back and get Aiden.
Right, that's what they said.
Now, what mental illness do you know of in your family?
Well, the only thing I've experienced with any of that was, my son goes through a lot of depression. He still does. He always has, even since he was a teenager. My ex, which is my kid's dad, has a lot of mental issues. He has things going on. He still has things going on. He's in and out of jail. But I left him when my kids were real little, so I didn't want to put them through any kind of stuff like that.
So your son, Aiden's uncle, when was he first Baker acted? Or how old was he?
He was like 14.
Right. So his first Baker Act, he was 14.
Right, he started getting a little bit of trouble, but we pulled through it. Counseling and help. We pulled through it, but he's still depressed. He has his moments. He falls.
So you understand what Aiden's here for?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Is that the boy you knew?
He's not the boy that I knew. I don't know what happened. He's always been good. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I just don't need my mama to say that. Wow, this is so hard. I'm so sorry. He has a good family, and we don't condone what happened, and we're very sorry for your loss. He's always been such a good kid, and I don't even know where that came from. He doesn't have any bad in his family or around him, or I don't know. I can't explain it. I just don't know.
Now, in terms of Aiden around the family, that included hamsters, animals. Was he ever harmful to any of the pets?
No, we all have animals, and no, he's never been mean to any animals.
And then there's younger siblings, so he's got a little sister.
Yeah.
How did he interact with her?
Well, they were very close, especially his little sister. They always played around. He was real close to her, and she still asks for him all the time, and she still doesn't know what's going on, and she wonders why she can't see her brother. But they miss him very much. And I think I'm pretty much the voice for the family, and I know I'm probably the first that y'all have seen, and probably want to throw darts at me, but I'm sorry. We have a good family, very good Christian family, and we're loving people, and we just don't know what happened. I think we're all trying to wonder what happened.
Now, you've seen the newsreels with Aiden in the car. Again, is that the boy you knew?
No, when I seen that with him in there, it's like he was on something. I could tell. You just know because you're around him all the time, and he just looked like he was high on some kind of drugs. I don't know. It wasn't the same person that I know and see every day. So,
How has Aiden's arrest affected your family?
Well, we haven't had a family event since, you know, you,
Relevance, any of the factors?
we're sad all the time, you know, I mean, this is something you don't plan for, it happens and you just don't know why, and I pray every day for both families, and I try to stay strong for my children and my grandchildren, because I'm pretty much been their mother, their father, and their grandmother and grandfather, and she always cries, my daughter always cries, and then I cry, and they all cry, and, you know, so I just wish I could have changed how things might have happened if I could have been there, you know.
And what would you like to say to the court?
Just I want to say to the family, I'm so sorry. I wish I could change what happened, and we pray for you every day. I pray for you every day. I pray for my family every day. And I just hope that you find peace somewhere, and just know that he has a good family, and we miss him. And we lost a child too. You know, he's I know there's not physically here, but he's here, and we just miss him, and which just didn't happen. I don't know. You know, I had a letter ready because, you know, I knew I wouldn't speak right when I got up here, and I could just leave the letters, or I can read the letters, or, you know. You want me to try to read the letters?
Go ahead.
I had to plan in my mind what I would say, but when you get up here and you're so overwhelmed, you just don't know what to say, because it's just a very tragic situation, you know. It's just tragic. Do you want me to read these? Okay. This is to the family from me. I just wanted to tell you that I'm feeling very deep sadness for the loss of your beautiful daughter, and I know the heartache you must be going through is just terrible. And I will pray for you every day, I promise. And I just hope you find peace, you know, sometime, you know, and closure for what happened. Hang on for you, Your Honor. I can't see real good. I'm sorry. I probably look a mess. I just wanted to tell you, I know he has to be punished, and for his actions, and I love him, and his family love him very much too. And I know we're a very large Christian family, and we pray all the time, and I just hope you consider that a little bit, and please don't take him out of our lives forever. I know that I've died and not be able to spend time with him sometime before I go. I don't know. I am not good at this. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I know there's some good in Aiden. I don't know what happened to him that this caused, but I know there's some good in him, and I think if we find that out, would cause him to do this, you know, maybe we'll have more understanding of what happened. I don't know. I can't think. I just can't think.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, no further questions, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. So sorry. Wow.
Afternoon, I think it is now, Ms. Bywak. Just so the court understands, you live outside of Jacksonville, but you spend like the weekdays, Monday through Friday-ish, in the home of Crystal Smith and her family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've been doing that for a long time, right?
Yes, for years.
You did that when she was with Jason Fucci. You lived with them as a unit, is that right?
Yes.
And then she is now with or married to Michael Akel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also visiting and living at that house on Castledale Drive during the week leading up into when this happened in 21?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. Okay, were you even there the week before this happened?
That I was there that Thursday.
Okay, and then you kind of go home for the weekends and then come back. Is
That's
that
why
right?
when I had said I wish I was there, I wish I had like stayed and not gone home or something. Maybe I could have.
Yes,
changed
ma'am.
things.
So you observe this family a lot, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've never seen any. We didn't talk about Mr. Akel a lot, but even from Mr. Akel as a stepfather, treated his family well. No abuse of Aiden that you ever observed.
I've never seen. I've been in the house a long time, and I don't never see that now.
Okay. I believe you said that those kids had it all, right?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah,
And they were spoiled and never went without. Is
they
that
never
fair?
went without.
You didn't see anybody excessively use alcohol or drugs, is that right?
No, they weren't really drinkers in that home. You know, which is a good thing.
Okay. And I believe you said Jason Fucci never missed a weekend. He prioritized Aiden,
No.
even though they were separated. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, he's always was there. You know, and pick up the kids.
Those summers that you talked about that he would come, he and some of his brothers would come spend with you and maybe attend BBS, was that when he was younger, like 7, 8?
Yeah, she wouldn't let him come when he was too young because she always worried about him getting hurt, you know. So I think he was like 7, 8 years old when she finally realized, okay, he'll be all right. You know, he's old enough to not get hurt and not to worry so much. So I was allowed to take him.
Okay. But that stopped in the teenage years, right? VBS is something for like elementary age.
No,
To junior
it goes all the
high?
way up to the teenagers. It
All the way
goes-
through
Still
teenagers?
goes on, yeah.
How many summers did he do that with you?
Lots. I don't know. I can't. Well, I mean, it's once a year, so you have to think it was like 7 or 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, all the way up till he was 14. So
Okay. And you talked about some mental illness in your son and your ex, is that right?
that's correct. They do have
Okay.
some problems.
But you're not aware of any or observe anything in Crystal Smith, your daughter, right?
No, she's a good girl.
Okay. And you never observed anything living with Aiden that caused you concerns?
No.
Never observed, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Okay. You never observed him like responding to stimuli, hearing voices, anything that you needed to report?
Well, all the kids talked about the house being haunted, and I think I told you that. And I thought myself I would hear things in this house whenever people were gone. It would just be me and one of my older grandsons. And the boys would always say that there was somebody in this house, you know.
But outside of thinking their house was haunted, you didn't see anything that you felt was a mental health concern, Mr. Fucci would need to be Baker acted, anything like that?
Oh, no.
Right. All right. And Mr. Fucci never reported to you. You know, you guys were close, right?
Yeah, we were real close.
Yeah, he never came to you and said, Mr. Akel is doing this, my dad is hurting me, nothing like that.
Well, I mean, when he would get in trouble, he would just say, I'm going to get in trouble with my dad, you know. But, I mean, that's any kid. You're going to get in trouble by your parents.
Right, but nothing above disciplining him if he were to get in trouble at school or something like that.
No. If they got punished, they would pretty much just go to the room, get their phone taken away or whatever. Wouldn't be able to go down to the lunch court, food court that they have down there.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it. Nothing further, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much. Free to go or remain if you'd like. All right, it is now 12:15. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We will come back at 1:30, so I'll give everyone about an hour and 15 minutes, and then we'll continue with the sentencing hearing at that time. We're in recess.
Court recess. St. John's County Circuit Court is out of session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Good afternoon, all. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, let's go back on the record in case 21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. I see that the state is present, defense is present. Ms. Peoples, are you ready to proceed, or do you need to wait for Mr. Attic for any reason?
Just a brief moment. If we can just give him 1 minute, he's coming out in a second.
Okay. Are there any matters we need to address before we continue our sentencing hearing from the state? Any matters from the defense?
No, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, we called Miss Alice Tumblety, who's in the, who's outside. Tumblety? Is it on?
Yep. Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll come on up here.
Stand right there.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. If you'll come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, I'm Allison Tumblety. My last name is Tumbelty.
How are you presently employed?
I work for St. John's Schools.
Okay. And can you give a brief summary of what you've done with St. John's, well, what you've done in your career?
Sure, I've been a teacher for 16 years and an administrator for the past year.
Okay. And where were you employed during the time of this incident?
At Patriot Oaks Academy.
Thank you. And what was your title at that time?
An ESE teacher, a special education teacher.
Thank you. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In fact, you did not teach Tristan Bailey.
I did not.
Okay. But you did attend her vigil at Durban North.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell us specifically why you taught Aiden Fucci? Or did you ever teach Aiden Fucci?
I did teach Aiden. He was one of my students, one of my ESE students.
Thank you. And how did you work with Mr. Fucci?
So I worked with him in the classroom, so in his English and in his math classrooms. We worked on writing and reading, math, things like that.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Fucci to have a vape in school?
No.
Did you ever see him with knives?
No.
Did you ever observe him to get sort of down about his schoolwork?
Sometimes, yes. There were days that he didn't want to do work, or he wasn't as receptive to working.
Fair enough. How would you describe how he worked when he was alone?
He worked well in one-on-one or in small groups. He was very receptive to getting additional help.
Okay. And is that what your role was?
Yes.
To provide that additional help?
Yes, it was.
Can you sort of elaborate on that? How did that work in the school?
Sure. We would scaffold the material, so a teacher might give an assignment and then we break it down, or I'll sit with him, give him some guidance, clear up some of the steps.
Okay. And did Aiden's grades improve working with you?
On assignments that we were able to work on together, yes, he would show improvements.
Okay. Can you tell the court what an IEP is?
Yes, an IEP is a document that it's a plan for a student who needs additional help in school, works on specific goals in order to close an achievement gap.
Okay. And did Aiden Fucci have an IEP?
Yes, he did.
And were you the case manager in creating that
I was.
IEP?
Yes.
Okay. Did the was the IEP part of what you did as an ESE teacher?
Yes. So all of the students that I worked with specifically had IEPs.
Okay. Did the IEP help Aiden succeed?
Yes, because it gave accommodations and services that he needed in those additional areas.
And he was receptive to taking advantage of those,
Yes.
that opportunity that you offered?
He was.
Okay, did you, would you say as an adult that Aiden Fucci was respectful to adults?
From what I've seen, yes, he was respectful to adults.
And did you ever see him interacting with other kids at the school?
I saw him daily, so yes.
Yes, ma'am. Did you personally witness any violence from Aiden Fucci while he was at school?
I did not.
Did you see any violence towards women from Aiden Fucci?
No.
Okay. So to summarize, Aiden may work poorly alone, but he was willing to work one-on-one with what was offered
Yes.
through your services.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tumblety.
Hi.
I want to just have a few follow-up questions for you. Isn't it correct that Aiden Fucci was a capable student, but he lacked motivation?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So he had the ability to succeed, but oftentimes would be less than motivated to do the work that was asked of him.
At times, yes, but he did also need some accommodations and he needed some scaffolding or assistance.
Right. And a lot of times you have students that they don't do well, correct?
Mm-hmm. True.
And that they make poor grades, and these IEPs they're considered ESE students. They're placed and they're given these IEPs, and that's to help motivate them.
To help motivate them can be part of it, but it's also to help teachers understand how to best work with them. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it gives them accommodations, like maybe they might need extra time or small groups, things like that.
And just because somebody's classified as an ESE student doesn't mean that there's any particular cognitive disabilities or anything like that. They just need
Not
some extra
necessarily.
help.
IEPs cover a lot of different things. So a cognitive disability would be one, but it was not in Aiden's case. No.
That was not in his case, correct?
Correct.
All right. You were asked some questions about sort of how he treated other individuals. Isn't it true that there were times where he got in trouble for arguing at school?
I don't know any specific instances. I know that there were things that happened. I don't know any specific things.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
On November the 16th of 2022?
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm looking at page 14, lines 14 through 15. Take a look at that highlighted passage.
Mm-hmm.
Don't read it aloud, but just take a look at it, read it to yourself, and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
That's kind of what we said. That I know he did get in trouble for things, but I don't know a specific incident.
Okay, so it's clear that he did get in trouble at school for arguing.
I mean, he could be argumentative, I would say, yes.
Okay. He was cocky as well, correct?
Yes.
And thought he knew more than others.
I would agree with that, yes.
And he didn't have very good relationships with his teachers, correct?
Some, not so much.
In fact, his relationships with his teachers depended on the demands that they placed on him.
Your Honor, I just object that it calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that?
I would be guessing, but probably. Yeah.
You remember that, again, the deposition you gave? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Starting with page 35, line 20, going on to page 36, line 2. Complete read from here to line 2, please.
Right.
See that? In your deposition, you weren't speculating at that particular time, correct?
No. Can you refresh me with what the question is?
My question was, did his relationships with his teachers depended on the demands that they placed on him?
I would assume at times, yes. I mean,
Okay.
I think that's for all students.
You read your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And you at that time said you were asked about his performance, and you said it depends. I guess it depends on the demands that were placed on him. Correct?
True. Yes.
That's what you said. And you told the truth in your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Now, as his ESC teacher, you spent a good deal of time with him, correct?
I was in several of his classes, yes.
At any point in time, and this was a period of time, obviously, before this murder occurred, correct?
Yes, that year was the first year I knew him.
During the time that you knew Mr. Fucci, did you ever hear him complain of hearing voices?
No.
Did you ever see any signs whatsoever that he suffered from a serious mental illness?
No.
Was not in touch with reality?
No.
If you saw something like that, that would concern you, correct?
Yes.
And you would have brought it to the attention of the administration at the school and
Yes.
perhaps even his parents.
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. He's in the hallway.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're calling Dean Wetchin. Thank you. Last name's Wetchin. W-E-T-J-I-N. Just walk a little bit up here. The judge is going to address you.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir, if you'll come on around here and have a seat in the witness stand up here next to me. You can adjust that mic. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name, please?
Chris Wetchin, last name is spelled W-E-T-J-E-N.
Thank you. Could you tell us how you're presently employed? How are you presently employed?
Yes, Dean of Students.
Where's that?
Dean of Students.
Where?
Patriots Academy.
Thank you. And can you give the court just a summary of your work experience?
I've been in St. Johns County for 35 years in education.
Okay.
17 of it is in physical education. The other part's been as Dean of Students.
Okay. And can you tell the court what it means to be Dean of Students?
I handle the discipline in the school.
Okay. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena. Is that true?
That's correct.
Thank you. As part of your role at the school, can you kind of elaborate on what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, besides the discipline, what I try to do is communicate with the kids, going in and out of the classrooms, just trying to be visible as much as possible.
Okay. Is it fair to say there's about 1,600 kids at POA?
That's correct.
And
K through 8.
You don't work with every one of them, right?
No.
You just work with the ones that have discipline issues.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I try to work with all the kids remotely as much as possible. So, but mainly the ones I deal with the mostly are the ones with discipline. That's correct.
Okay. You don't address the academic side of their experience at school. You address the behavioral side.
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. I don't need to, no education part of it. That's correct.
Do you do this alone, or do you have a partner at the school that you work with?
Paul Beasley, Deputy Beasley, is our YRD. We work together a lot on some things.
And he has a similar role?
His is a little bit different, but we work together. Some things fall over into law enforcement where he'll have to take over.
Okay.
And then the school district would, have enforcement on.
Okay, so you were saying part of your day-to-day thing is to pop into classes a couple days a week.
Yeah, just trying to make myself as visible as possible.
Gotcha. Okay. So specifically talking about why we're here today for Mr. Fucci, were you aware of Aiden Fucci before he even came to POA?
Yes, I was.
And why is that?
Because some discipline issues that he had before he came to me his prior school.
Okay, so it's no secret there are some discipline behavioral issues coming your way. Okay, did you also know his brother?
I did.
Did you work with his brother?
A little bit. Had a good rapport with him.
Okay. All right. So can you tell me specifically, or tell the court, I'm sorry, specifically how you worked with Mr. Fucci, Aiden?
When Aiden came to school, I introduced myself to him and brought him to my office. We talked about some things that perhaps was how he got in trouble before he got to Patriots Academy. And we went over some things and tried to give some guidance and trying to mentor him. And so when he was in the classroom, things that he would get frustrated, because that's what he would get frustrated sometimes, that he had the green light to ask the teacher before something developed, could he come see me? And he was able to do that. He would come down and see me, and we would talk about what's frustrating, what's on his mind, what's making him upset. We go through that, I educate him through it, and we get him back in class.
Okay. So the teachers were on board with that. He could say, look, I'm just going to see Dean Wetcher.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was this available to Aiden on, say, the circumstance where suddenly there's a pop quiz? Was he allowed to come see you?
No, this is for something that he was frustrated.
This is about
getting upset for a discipline situation. So we went into it, so we would not get into a discipline situation. Excuse me.
Could you tell the court about how often Aiden would take advantage of that situation?
There's not a set number.
Opportunity.
On the average, it would, he did take advantage of it and come see me. I would say it was, at first it was a little bit more so because I think he learned from our conversations and things that we did, and it would lessen. And then some days maybe it would spike a week or two, depending on what's going on at home with the kids. You never know.
Okay. Do you keep notes of every time a student comes to your office?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did you also encourage Aiden to meet with you, say, one day a week?
Yeah, we met on Wednesday, which is our early release day.
Uh-huh.
And what we would do on that day is we would work together with any work that he was falling behind on, or make sure we kept his grades up, because our goal was to make sure that he got over to the high school the following year.
And would he participate in
Yes.
that? He would come meet with you on Wednesdays?
Absolutely. Yes.
And would he work with you as it was planned to do?
Yes, yeah. I don't think he ever really missed any Wednesdays at all. Actually, he was always there.
Okay. I mean, did he ever come in on a Wednesday and not listen to what you had to say, or did he always kind of
No, he came
do
in
what
and
you
always did
asked?
his work.
Okay. Did Aiden Fucci ever speak with you about personal issues? And we don't have to get into them. I'm just asking if
Right?
you
No.
No. Okay. So, can you tell the court what your discipline process was like? Did you have preventative measures in place?
Yeah, at our school, we have some, we call it a STEP program, and things.
What does that mean?
Things aren't not highly. If somebody got in a fight or something, then of course it's automatic referral. You're down. I'm coming to get you or whatever. But the first step would be like a warning, something that doesn't involve that you need to call the dean for. The second step would be the parent would call home and say your child did this the first time, and now this is the second time they've done something. So we try to get that communication going.
Okay.
And the third time, and every time after that, the student would meet with me in my office. And I would go over those steps with him. Hey, what did you do? Why did you do it? Sometime there would be a certain time of the day. If a kid's on medication, maybe it's not kicking in. Could be in the afternoon. Could be a certain subject area. But we would try to find that common denominator. And at the same time, we would educate, this is what you're doing. This is what you need to correct.
Okay.
And at some point in time, there would be a consequence that would go with that.
Okay. That's your process. And did you implement that process with Aiden?
Of course.
Okay. Can you tell the court what Aiden Fucci's suspension record was, if you remember?
Yeah, he was only suspended one time.
Okay. And in your experience, is that a lot for a
No.
person? Okay. Now, why do you say no?
Because I've had kids, suspended multiple times.
Okay.
We have in St. Johns County, if you're suspended up to 15 days, which I have had at other schools, you're referred to another school, which is called Gaines Alternative.
Great.
So,
Okay. Have you ever seen Aiden vaping in school?
no,
Have you ever seen him using any drugs in school?
no,
You ever seen him carry a knife in school?
no,
All right. Kind of changing channels a little bit. Did you ever observe him with his sister? Your school is K through 8,
that's correct.
right? Did you ever observe him with his sister?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the court what you observed?
It's we have two pickups, a red lot and a blue lot. The red lot's for K through 5, and then the blue lot is for middle school. But if you have a sibling and you're in middle school, that is K through 5, that sibling would go with that middle school student to the blue lot.
Okay.
And Aiden would be with his sister a lot, and he would always hold her hand, and I always noticed that he would always be up there holding her hand.
So he's in a category of students that are more like his peers, 5 through 8, right? And in the blue line, you're saying?
The blue lots is for the middle school. The red lot's K through 5.
Right. So where is he? Is he in the
He would be in the blue lot for middle school.
holding the hand of a second grader, you're saying?
Yeah, he would be with his sister because he's the middle school.
Gotcha.
He would the kindergarten, the K through 5 student would follow the middle school person to the blue lot.
Okay.
That makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
All right.
And just to be clear, you never worked with Tristan Bailey.
No.
Okay. Can you describe to the court how Aiden Fucci responded to you in your work with him?
He was very respectful. He listened to me. He learned a lot. I think his discipline record from where he came to what he ended up doing at our school showed that.
Okay. So what you offer is an opportunity to address his behavior before he gets in trouble.
Correct.
Is that
That's
fair?
how the program is set up, preventative.
Yes, sir. And I keep saying take advantage of. Some people think that's a phrase that's you're taking advantage of a person. What I'm saying is he takes advantage of that opportunity to avoid getting in trouble.
Yeah, he would come see me when he got frustrated before something happened, because that was the rule. If you got frustrated and got in trouble, then that didn't count. If you feel yourself getting frustrated or upset, ask to see me before a situation occurred.
Yes, sir. And did you notice his behavior improve?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the court how you noticed that? What did you notice?
Well, he didn't have to come see me as often as he did at the very beginning.
Okay. Okay. That's a good way to measure it. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thanks, Judge.
Good afternoon, Dean Wetchen.
Good afternoon.
Dean, you started the beginning of your testimony by explaining when Mr. Attic asked you if you knew of Aiden Fucci before he even came to Patriot Oaks. You indicated you did, correct?
Correct.
And what was the basis of that knowledge?
I was alerted. I had a student coming, I believe it was from Fruit Cove, he came from, that had 17 different incidents, which was a high behavior level. And then with that being happening, I would latch on to a kid. When I say latch on to, mentor that person. And that's how I got it alerted.
Okay. And so he has, I believe you said, about 17 prior disciplinary incidents.
If I remember correctly, yes.
At the
Prior.
previous school.
Yes.
And so you pick up with him when? The beginning of the semester in 2021?
As soon as he came to school.
Yeah, so that January, correct?
Yeah, whatever day it was, I don't remember.
Not the exact day, but that
Right, yeah.
beginning of that year.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so you knew who he was. do you give him the opportunity to do this STEP program as you described, or are you already plugged in with him and involved from the beginning?
That's for everybody at the school. Everybody that's how it's all based. That's how our discipline program is based for everybody.
Okay. Were you fairly quickly then involved, though, through that STEP program? It sounds like you were involved with him from the beginning.
Well, I was involved with him because of the number of discipline he had before he got there. So then that's how I introduced myself to him, talked to him about his challenges that he had previously, let him know what how our program worked, and then give him some opportunities to use, perhaps maybe not to get to the discipline stuff they did before.
Okay, so you did that right off the bat with him. You didn't wait to just see how he acted at
No,
Patriot Oaks.
I would do that with any students coming to my school that would have some disciplinary problems before they got there.
Okay, and you went through that process that you explained that he would be allowed to ask to come see you if he felt like he was going to get mad or frustrated and maybe act out in a classroom. Is that a fair way to describe it?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You educated him. I think you used that word.
Yes.
I think you said in the past, discipline doesn't work without education.
Yes, that is my phrase.
Right. And he learned from those conversations, right?
That's correct.
So he was able to appreciate the risk of acting out in a classroom and getting in trouble and instead excuse himself to come find you if he needed to.
That's correct.
Okay. You've described him as more mature than his peers and very mature in the past, correct?
Correct.
You've also said that Aiden had one of those attitudes where everything that happens is someone else's fault, not his own. That was sort of his general attitude when you met him.
Yes, that was a big part of our educational piece, is to look at himself versus everyone else.
Right. Easily frustrated at authority specifically, correct?
Yes, he did not like to be disrespected.
Okay. And you indicated he had a temper, which is why you're working with him, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You stated earlier that he was suspended one time. When you refer to that, is that OSS or out of school suspension?
It was out of school suspension. It was a time where he got in school suspension with one of his friends, and when they were in the in school suspension room, they were rude and disrespectful to the coworker that was in there, and so therefore I suspend both of them.
Okay.
For their behavior for that.
And you kind of oversaw, or are you the one making the decision for ISS, in school suspension?
Yes.
Okay. And he had several of those while he was at Patriot Oaks, correct?
No, he only had two.
He had two. Okay. Two of those and then one OSS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the suspension record that you reviewed, and then I think this incident occurred, it definitely occurred in April of 2021. Do you recall an incident wherein he threatened violence against another student?
Yes, I do.
Is that the incident that wound him up in the ISS that you just referred to?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the threat in that incident?
Well, at first, I didn't know if it was him or his friend that was in ISS, and that's why they were in ISS, because one was saying the other one said it.
But the allegation was that Aiden threatened to throw another student out a window.
That's correct.
A female student.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was the last time he ended up in ISS and then acted out in ISS and he was suspended.
Yeah, he got OSS for acting out, but he also got it for the threat too. But I found out afterwards because I had to go through some process with both the kids to figure out who said what, and then talk with some kids in the classroom.
Okay. And so it was determined he was the one that made the threat.
That's correct.
To throw the girl out the window. You've stated that, again, he didn't like to be disrespected. He had the temper. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you were never suspicious of any drug use by Aiden, correct?
No, it was not.
You didn't have any problem other than the fact that you're dealing with a child with behavioral problems, but you didn't have a problem communicating with him communicating with you, and at least attempting to put some of the education you gave him into practice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
None at all.
And did you ever observe him responding to external stimuli, like he was hearing things or
Never.
No observations of suffering from any sort of mental illness that would have caused you concern to report it?
Absolutely not.
All right, no further questions.
Briefly, then. Briefly.
Just quickly, speaking about that incident, do you have a memory of that incident?
Pretty fairly, yes.
Is it fair to say that it was alleged that he was hit with a pencil from another student?
Yeah, it was another student had thrown something at him, and I believe it was a pencil. And then back then we had these COVID shields, and he threw it back at the girl, and so did his friend. Mm-hmm. But I think there was some more things that happened too that wasn't totally reported. There was a little bit more back and forth that I didn't get all the information, but there was things thrown back and forth.
Is the friend someone that went by the name Trey?
That's correct.
You're familiar with the windows at the school, right?
Yes.
Are they locked? Is it possible to open them?
Yeah, you can open them.
Okay. And could a person fit through them?
Yes.
You think so? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Defense calls Dr. Bloomfield.
All right. Good afternoon. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. Dr. Bloomfield, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable.
Just what I'm having.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name.
Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Bloomfield, B-L-O-O-M-F-I-E-L-D.
And what is your profession?
I'm a licensed psychologist.
And what is your formal education?
My formal education is a bachelor's degree in psychology from Long Island University, a master's from Springfield College, and a doctorate from the University of Massachusetts.
And your major of study?
Psychology.
And where did you obtain your, well, you just said that. What's your major study in terms of your psychology?
Well, I've been involved in the mental health field for a long time, and then I, after a while, went and got a master's, and then after some years went into a doctoral program and received a doctorate in psychology, all aspects, assessment, evaluation, family therapy, working with different populations. And so it's a broad-based program, generalist program, and then specialties afterwards. I think that's it.
All right. And did you obtain an additional degree?
No, doctorate is a terminal degree. There's no additional degrees after a doctorate.
All right. And so with your doctorate training, though, was there an internship?
There was an internship. There was practicum and internship, postdoctoral internship as well. I completed practicum and internship at the University of Massachusetts Counseling Center and the postdoc at Northampton Area Mental Health Services, which was a community mental health center where I subsequently was hired as executive director.
All right. And then I heard your answer, but what professional services did you provide as a postdoctorate fellow?
Postdoctorate therapy, evaluation, assessment, We did a little work with the courts, not expert work, but worked with the courts with some kids who were having particular problems, so I would provide family therapy for those kids. We had a unique program with two of the judges in Northampton while I was doing that.
And how long were you doing that? Meaning working with children in a family therapy session?
Right then or in my whole career?
Let's go with right then and then to your whole
That was
career.
about a year.
Okay. And then your whole career?
It's extensive. I started working with juveniles, children who were involved in the legal system in the late 60s and early 70s. My first full-time job was working with the New York City Youth Board, which was directly under the mayor of New York at the time. There were 12 senior street club workers, and we worked with gangs on the street, providing services individually, as well as attempts to rehabilitate gang life on the street. Gangs were different in those days than they are now. It was before the advent of crack and before the advent of high-powered guns. So after that, I did that for a couple of years, and then I became a teacher in Brooklyn, New York. I taught in inner-city schools. I taught kids who in Bedford-Stuyvesant in East New York. I taught kids who were having troubles. At one point, the city of New York had something called a 600 school system, which was for delinquent kids, but they did away with that. So these were internal classes, and I worked with kids in that regard. I did that for about 5 or 6 years. I relocated to Massachusetts, and I worked. My first position in Massachusetts was working in a residential program for adolescents who had been released from state schools, delinquency schools, delinquency programs. They were all shut in Massachusetts at one fell swoop, and the community created programs to work with those kids. So we worked very closely with the courts, with probation, and did counseling. After that, I became the director of a youth center, which also worked with the design of the youth center was to work with low-income kids and kids who were having problems with the law. After that, I took a position with the state of Massachusetts, Department of Mental Health, and I was the Western Massachusetts coordinator for children's and drug services. And I did that for a few years, and that led to me becoming the associate area director for the Department of Mental Health, which had not only range over children's services, but adult services as well. So I did some work at the state hospital as well. After that, while I was there, I received my master's and then worked at that position for a few years and was accepted into a doctoral program at UMass. So while I was in a doctoral program, I continued working mostly in higher education. So I completed my doctorate in 1982, became licensed in Massachusetts in 1984. As I said earlier, the agency I did my postdoc at was Northampton Area Mental Health Services. It was a full-service community mental health center, and I was hired as the executive director. So I provided clinical services as well as oversaw all the clinical services that were provided. And then I left that position. I became a consultant for the Center for Human Development in Springfield, Massachusetts, where my task was predominantly to evaluate children, adolescents, which I did. I then moved to a outpatient substance abuse clinic in Northampton, Massachusetts, where I was the clinical director. Did that for a year or two, and then I became one of two psychologists who consulted to the Department of Social Services in Massachusetts, evaluating and providing consultation for high-risk, high-profile kids and their family. Then I left Massachusetts, relocated to Florida in 1993, became licensed in 1993 here. And here I've had a forensic private practice for about 30 years. And that's what I've been doing.
So you have a license from Massachusetts. You're licensed in Massachusetts since '84 and Florida since '93.
'93. I gave up my license in Massachusetts a couple of years ago because I realized it was just a personal reason for keeping it. I wasn't practicing in Massachusetts, and so I didn't. I gave it up in Massachusetts, but I've been practicing continually in Florida as an independent practice. Did a variety of things. Do evaluations of children, adolescents, and adults. Work in the court system. At one point, I worked in family court, probate court, criminal court mostly, and juvenile court, dependency court. I at one point had a contract with the United States Probation Office for about 7 years to provide counseling to men and women who were on probation, supervised release after they served their time in the federal prison system. So we did that for a while, and I'd say for the last 8 or 10 years, predominantly working in the criminal arena with people, evaluating people who are involved in the criminal courts, juveniles and adults.
Now, over the years, have you participated in any grant-funded or research programs?
I participated in not in Florida, but in Massachusetts. We had numerous grants at the mental health center and the substance abuse clinic from in those days what was called the DAMAHA, which became HHS in the government, the Health and Human Services. So I was the primary person on 3 major grants, and in addition was called upon to review grants. So I'd go to Washington for a week every couple of months and review grants that were submitted to, at that time called the DAMAHA, now HHS. So my experience with grants is pretty extensive.
Thank you. Now, have you also given presentations to professional groups concerning psychology?
I do. I give a number of presentations, continuing education, webinars. So I do that pretty regularly. In Florida, done a couple for the American Psychological Association. I just did a presentation on for a lay group as well just 2 weeks ago. But I try and continue to do presentations. It keeps one current and sharp in the field because you're presenting information and people are asking you questions, so you really want to stay accurate. So I've done numerous continuing education webinars, professional to professionals, as well as to some lay groups.
And have you received any awards or rewards?
I've received a number of awards. The last award that I received from the Florida Psychological Association was a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's not given often. I think there are 3 or 4 people in the history of the association who received it. On a national level, I received 2 major awards from the American Psychological Association, one called the Presidential Heiser Award, which is contributions to psychology, and the second by the State Leadership Conference. I was chosen as the Psychologist of the Year, who provided most services that helped the community and helped psychology and provided consumers and community with an understanding of psychology. So those are the three biggest awards I've received. The Lifetime Achievement Award just last 6 months ago. I've received a number of ethics awards. I was Psychologist of the Year several years. I was president of the Florida Psychological Association. I was appointed to the Board of Psychology by the governor at that time and served on the Board of Psychology. And that the Board of Psychology regulates psychology and the protection of consumers. It's not to regulate it in the protection of psychologists. It's there to regulate the psychologists in the provision of services to consumers. So that was an interesting position I held. I've received a number of leadership awards. In my professional work, I've been recognized by peers, and there were more, but I think that's plenty.
All right. Now, what do you charge per hour on this case?
On this case, $200 an hour.
And how many hours have you worked?
I don't know exactly how many I worked. You contacted me last Thursday, which is like the 16th, and I started working on the 17th, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today. I think it's approaching 40 hours. I couldn't be 100% sure, but lots of hours.
All right.
In
Now,
a short period of time.
have you previously been deemed competent to testify as an expert in psychology in a court of law?
Yes.
In the past? How many times?
Hundreds of times in Florida and Massachusetts and in the federal system.
All right. Your Honor, defense would offer Dr. Bloomfield as a witness for his expert opinion in psychology.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And you said hundreds of times you've been recognized. That would include Florida courts?
Say again, please.
You've been recognized as an expert or countless times, I think, in Florida courts is included?
Yes, in a number of circuits in Florida. Yes.
So let's talk about the adolescent brain for a moment.
Sure.
Why is the young adolescent brain development important in a case like this?
Well, it's important for two reasons, two big reasons. One is a legal reason, one is a psychological reason. The Supreme Court a number of years ago decided to look into the issues regarding adolescent brain development and determine that children, adolescents in particular, are different than adults and need to be treated differently in the legal system. So every major mental health association in the United States submitted amicus briefs to the Supreme Court. The American Psychological Association, American Psychiatric Association, the National Association of Social Workers, Mental Health Association, NAMI and AMI, and others. And it was a unique experience. All the associations and all the research agreed that adolescent brains are different. And neurologists, psychiatrists, psychologists all added their expertise to this issue. So the reason it's important is not to excuse offenses or aberrations, but to explain that adolescents, young adults, brains function differently than adults. And because they function differently, they develop differently, and they're not fully developed until middle 20s. Now we think about 25. Research has continued. There are issues of structure of the brain as well as chemicals in the brain. The prefrontal cortex is where decision-making happens. It's not fully developed in adolescents. Adolescents' brains possess more dopamine. It's a chemical. And what dopamine does is it increases, heightens activity, heightens risk-taking. It makes people feel good when they do risky things. So there are a number of issues that that are looked at from a psychological perspective that assist the legal system in issues regarding sentencing, predominantly disposition of adolescents, young adults, And it's widely accepted. The literature is there. It's widely accepted. Most people involved in the legal system know it and know about it. The importance is to provide an understanding of why an adolescent thinks and acts differently than an adult in a variety of areas.
So let me ask you then, in terms of adolescents, why then are they more prone to behave emotionally or impulsively?
They're more prone to behave that way because of the systems that aren't fully developed. Instead of relying on the prefrontal cortex and executive system, they rely on the limbic system and the amygdala, which are more the seats of emotion than of rational thought. Not to say that adolescents are irrational, but their thinking is not the same as adult thinking. And that's true of every adolescent, and it's true of every action. And so one has to look at adolescents and their behavior through that lens. It can't be just, well, that's true for everybody except, but now it's not true. So it's good acts and bad acts. Every act and every perception and every relationship has to be viewed through that lens, because that is how the brain is developed. The brain actually develops from the back to the front. Some primitive issues, movement, things like that, balance, are in the back, and then there's the parietal lobes on the side, and then the front is the prefrontal cortex, which is the executive functioning system, which is really the system we talk about in terms of brain development.
And that prefrontal cortex with the executive functioning, is that the last to develop?
That's the last to develop, yes.
So what does the research then have to say about brain maturity?
Say again, please.
What does the research support, I should say, about brain maturity?
Brains aren't fully developed, nor are personalities, until much later than we used to think. It's become pretty well accepted that 25 is about the age when a brain is fully developed. Some people argue a little younger. It means that people with not fully matured brains act differently than people with fully matured brains. And that has to be taken into account when looking at their behavior, their perceptions, their actions, their decision making, their ability to make decisions, their ability to understand consequences, their impetuousness and impulsivity. And then finally, what's important about adolescent brain development, as well as personality development, but brain development in particular, is as a class of people, adolescents are amenable to reform and rehabilitation. Of course, that has to be looked at individually by the court, but in general, the class of people, adolescents, are amenable to treatment, amenable to rehabilitation and reform, and to desist from negative behavior. Of course, it all depends on whether there's a program to provide pro-social skills for the adolescent, as well as counseling and therapy and understanding why they behave and think and act like they do.
So as a class on a whole then, children, adolescents, the science is recognizing that they can be rehabilitated, but what you're indicating, is it fair to say that they also need that structure in terms of those skill set or the therapy to help them come along?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you could identify the several branches of science that actually are in agreement. I think you mentioned Milgram, but...
Yes, the mental health associations that are in agreement. American Psychiatric Association, American Psychological Association, National Association of Social Workers, Mental Health Association, NAMI, N-A-M-I, which is a parent-relative group, and the Pediatrics Association. So to get all of these associations to agree, and it's not a matter of getting them to agree. They independently provided amicus briefs that supported and agreed with each other. They didn't sit down together and do it. They did it separately in the structure of their associations. But these are fields that don't agree a lot, that argue a lot, that resent turf issues and resent encroachments into turf. And none of the organizations, none, are free from that. So when you see the kind of work that went into these amicus briefs and the continued research, the cooperation, there's research going on today where different professions work together for this issue because it's such a high priority, important issue. It's an understanding that of a whole group of people, young people, and how they develop and mature. We used to have a lot of theories. We had developmental theories, Piaget and others, Erickson, and they were all based upon hypotheses and theories. This is based upon hard science, brain scans, PET scans, psychological testing that shows how kids react, and then how they change through the developmental period. And so the legal system was kind of a step ahead of the mental health system because we relied on giants in the field, as I said, Piaget, Erickson, others, to provide us with theoretical basis of development until this issue came up in the legal system and the associations were motivated to put together these briefs and discussions about what this all means. And then, of course, to let the courts sort it out.
So in your more than 30 years of practice then, for you, as a psychologist, you're identifying then that it's rare to see psychiatrists, psychologists, sociologists, pediatricians, medical fields, to see all these come together and agree on anything?
Yes.
But they all agree on this issue?
Yes.
All right. So can you explain to the court how then the juveniles are different in terms of risk-taking?
Juveniles take more risks. It's a factor of their age, their maturity, and brain structure, as well as the chemicals acting in their brains. Sometimes that risk when kids are on their own, their risk becomes negative. When young people are guided, risk-taking behavior in adolescence and young adult behavior, young adults becomes proactive and pro-social. I once had a discussion with someone about why the U.S. Army, when they have drafts people between the ages of 18 and 24, because the reason being that they provide supervision, they provide training, they provide mentorship, but they want soldiers to take risks. A young 19-year-old soldier in Iran or Iraq is going to take more risks than me or anybody that's older because they don't see it as risk-taking. They see it as behavior. Police officers have to take risks. They have to, go into places. They have to break down doors. So at a certain age, it's not a negative that the brain hasn't developed. It's just true. And then, so what happens is the context around the brain development. Does the adolescent have a network of mentors? I left this out. I once worked at the Job Corps Center here in Jacksonville, and they did research. Kids who go to Job Corps Center have failed in school and have legal problems, not severe legal problems, but legal problems. So these exist across the country, and they did some research, and they said the two most important things for changing a child, an adolescent who's having troubles, is someone to reach out and teach them, and then teaching them pro-social skills, jobs, education, things like that. That those two factors, and that's this program across the country is based upon those two factors. Big brother, big sister tries to do the same thing. So it depends on what happens to the child. Risk taking can be good, it could be bad, or it could just be.
Right. So, in terms of juveniles and brain development, what are the main classes?
The main class,
The main classes, but then the main issues or how the classes are broken down.
I think I understand what you're saying. The things we look at in terms of brain development are really a couple of big things. Decision making, which includes impulsivity, impetuousness, thoughtfulness. So decision making is not as good in a young person as it is in an older person. The second is understanding and acceptance of consequences. Many adolescents do things and don't care about the consequences, don't even perceive the consequences. And as they get older, they start understanding consequences, and as their brain develops and as they're mentored. And then, of course, the issue for desisting from negative behavior and the potential for rehabilitation is the third prong. Because if the bad decision making and the inattentiveness to consequences leads to a bad act, then we have to know if the adolescent is rehabilitatable. And so that's another function of brain development. All three. Now, not every adolescent needs rehabilitation, but if the risk-taking behavior, the poor decision-making, and lack of attention to consequences produces bad behavior, then we have to be able to know if the person can be rehabilitated and is amenable to reform.
Right. So looking specifically to Aiden's case, what were you asked to do here?
I was asked to be able to testify and discuss adolescent young adult brain development in general, as we have, and secondarily to rebut, if necessary or if appropriate, things that were brought up by Dr. Pritchard. Usually, in my experience, the defense has an expert that goes, and the state has an expert who tries to rebut what the defense expert said. So this is kind of reverse, but those were the two things you talked to me about when we first talked last Thursday.
All right. And what records did you rely on?
I have to check it. There are a lot. So can I go to my notes? Sure. Apologize for I reviewed numbers of depositions. I reviewed a deposition of Mr. Dutton. I reviewed depositions of Mr. I may pronounce names wrong, Wetchen, of Deborah Spivak, of Sophie Bauman, of Dolphy Abser, Senior, of DA, child, of Alexei Zamperi, of Allison Turnberry, of Alicia Gates. I reviewed a depo of Ms. McCullough and also a short audio tape. I reviewed some medical records, about 40 pages. I reviewed a number of photos. I reviewed the medical examiner's report. I reviewed an article called Trends in Youth Arrests. I reviewed incident reports and discovery from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. I reviewed a number of documents from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the jail. I also reviewed the deposition of Dr. Pritchard. I reviewed Dr. Pritchard's report. I reviewed Pediatric Association and trying to see. I reviewed some stuff by Mr. Cox. I reviewed Mr. Barasco's report and deposition. I reviewed a deposition of Joshua Anderson and one of William Cox. I believe they're both in Jacksonville. And I reviewed several letters just today.
And I believe you also saw the video, or a portion of the video of February 6th when Aiden entered a plea.
Oh, yes, I did. I saw the plea video, yes.
All right. And based on the review of records that you had, or your ability to review, focusing in on the grandmother SPIWAC, did the family, Aiden's family, have a history of mental illness?
She said she did. The family had some mental illness. Somebody was Baker Acted, I think an uncle, and somebody had depression. So there was some history of mental illness in the family.
And you've also had an opportunity to review the school records?
Say again?
Some of the school records?
I reviewed some school records,
okay.
Yeah.
With that in mind then, if you had seen Aiden before this crime, in your practice, in a clinical practice per se, would you have recommended testing for him or counseling?
Would I have recommended?
Testing or counseling?
You're saying before the crime?
Correct.
Totally. Yeah, I think that he, based upon his school records, I think the school did everything they could, but the school deals with academic issues, and there were some people who in the school who really stood out to try and assist him. But given his difficulties in classes, learning disabilities, etc., I think it would have been very useful for there to be an IQ test, as well as other cognitive tests, an achievement test, a Woodcock-Johnson achievement test, as well as others. If there were concerns about personality issues, then I would certainly have, would have recommended personality issues. But the first thing is to get a handle, this before the offense, to get a handle on why he's doing badly in school. And the way to do that is to, perform a psychoeducational evaluation. Most schools today aren't equipped to do that. Some aren't, but most aren't. So they go out to private practices and have psychoeducational evaluations conducted. And then they develop interventions and plans. And schools, as is obvious, deal with academics, they're not trained to deal with cognitive issues or determinations of IQs without the testing. You can't just do that by the seat of your pants. And so he never had that. He also, his medical records said there were problems, there were audiological problems, hearing problems. So that needed some more evaluation because that can affect education, academics, and IQ as well. And so I would have kind of looked in that area. Prior, not evaluating him for this issue, but just in general, his school issues, yeah.
Right, meaning before the arrest, before this event happened.
That's right.
Right. And within the school records, there are several IEP reports.
That's right.
And within those IEP, there's an individual identified as the school psychologist.
Yes.
But she's not a doctor.
I don't think she is a doctor. But she is, that's what she's identified. That's correct.
Meaning she's licensed, but not in the same sense you are. And I'm not talking about years of experience you went through.
She's not a licensed psychologist. She's, I'm trying to remember, schools are the only place that you can legally use the word psychology for someone who's not a licensed psychologist. There are licensed school psychologists as well. But typically the term psychologist or psychology is a protected term. People can't just go out and open a practice and call themselves psychologists or psychological services. Schools can because it's just by history. So, yes, you can differentiate. She's a school psychologist within the context of a school without being a licensed psychologist.
So the testing that you're discussing, that's not something that she would be able to perform?
I don't know her, and so I don't know, but typically not.
Right.
Typically not. And this is a guess, but if she could have, they probably would have had to do it, or she would have suggested it. But so I don't know what her level of experience or expertise is in the tests that I mentioned, but it didn't happen regardless.
Right. Now, what risky behaviors did you see revealed in the records in this case?
Drug use, unsupervised time without an adult around, a group of kids, unprotected and protected sex. This in Aiden. We're talking about Aiden, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sex, drug use. At one point, he cut himself, apparently to see what it felt like, because one of his friends, a young female, was a cutter. She cut herself. Some thought that there might have been some self-harm. I'm not sure about that. I think that those are pretty risky behaviors for young people, and they all engaged. At least all 4 or 5 engaged in similar behavior.
Meaning his immediate friend group was involved in the same type of behavior.
Yes.
All right. Then, what issues did the teachers? Meaning they found academic problems, but should they have found more or recommended more?
Should they have? It would have been, yes, it would have been nice if they did. I can't say.
Let me rephrase the question. The teachers have more of an academic goal, is that fair to say?
Yeah, teachers look at academics. I've worked with lots and lots of teachers. I was a teacher. Teachers are very dedicated people. They wouldn't be doing their jobs if they weren't dedicated. So they also want to go beyond that, but they don't have. There's no funding. There's no resource. There's no capacity. So they try and do what they can. They have big classes, and they spend an inordinate amount of time and their own money and resources to try and make the school situation appropriate to all the kids. And so you can't expect a teacher to on their own to start getting kids tested because it's beyond the scope of their work. They look at the academics. Cognitive ability translates to skills. In adults, we call them ADLs, adult daily living skills. But in adolescents, there are also skills. The predominant skill for an adolescent is academics, and that's what teachers look at. How is the child doing in academics, and why? Do we have any idea why? So there were some people who Aiden related to well, a deputy officer, resource officer at the school, as well as the dean, and he worked well with them. They both thought that he was improving, that he had a lot of potential. He was in a special tutoring program on Wednesdays. You know, I'm not critical of schools. They do what they can because they don't have the resources. And different schools act in different ways. So I can't say that the teacher should have done more. It would have been nice if they could have done more, but the school has to be set up for it. Where the more could have happened is in the IEP and what's it, 504 or 501 evaluations.
Right, so in this particular instance, the teachers they're not doing a lot. They're going above and beyond, so to speak, with Aiden, but it's academic. Did you see anything in there in terms of addressing therapy or behavioral issues?
I don't think anybody provided therapy, but there were some behavioral issues they talked to. He spoke to the dean about behavioral issues. He spoke to the resource officer about behavioral issues. There was concern about some of his behaviors. It didn't raise, my reading of the depositions of numerous school personnel is that it didn't raise to the level where they thought that more was needed. One person, I could look at my notes, one person said he didn't see red flags, which is really the issue. Were there red flags to be seen? I don't know. They're trying to teach large groups of kids, and Aiden had specific learning disabilities, and they tried to remediate them, but I'm not sure they had the resources to do it.
Understood. So what is the term impetuous?
Impetuous? It means impulsive, acting without thought. It means not having the capacity to control behavior. That broadly what it means.
And are children impetuous?
Yes.
What about Aiden?
I'm sure he is.
And that's by nature, he's in that class of children that you would also have that title of impetuous.
Yeah.
And Dr. Pritchard testified yesterday that Aiden is mature. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think Aiden's mature, no.
Why not?
Well, because he acts immaturely. First of all, there's a misconception, I think. I watched testimony and I read depositions. I think Dr. Pritchard relied on some other people who said he was mature. There's no people say kids are mature, immature. They don't measure it. There's no measure of it. So what does maturity mean? He's immature because his brain is not developed. And then you can't take away the fact that his brain's not developed and that he looks mature. Because I don't even know what that means sometimes. I don't think most people do. So you rely, in this particular case, Dr. Pritchard, myself, relied on reading records and what other people said. So we have to weigh how much weight we give to what somebody says offhandedly. So somebody says, "Our kid looks mature." What does that mean? Neither of us, Dr. Pritchard nor myself, went and interviewed that person who said that. So to say, well, you think he's mature, why? What's he doing that's mature versus immature? All his actions, I think, are under the general immaturity. There's no, he doesn't think things through. He doesn't respect consequences. He's risk-taking, and he engaged in some awful behavior, horrible behavior.
So Dr. Pritchard had also used collateral information to reach his conclusion.
Correct.
And is there an issue with that?
There's some issue with it. His explanation was fine. The issue with collateral sources and forensic psychology is typically you have a primary source of information, the person. And then you use collateral sources to validate or invalidate what the person said. So Dr. Pritchard nor myself interviewed or evaluated Aiden, so he went to collateral sources. So we don't know if those collateral sources either validated or invalidated anything that Aiden himself would have said or would have tested on a battery of tests that we might have given him. In addition, we have to understand the reliability of a collateral source. So several collateral sources that Dr. Pritchard used were several young people. Those young people all had their own problems.
Meaning?
One girl, Zoe, was told, one record talked about her severe anxiety. Another girl talked about that she was a cutter. His best friend was sent to Gaines Alternative School because he was too much of a behavioral problem in the regular school system and was kicked out of Gaines. That's serious to get kicked out of the alternative school. So I'm not saying anything negative about those children, except you have to weigh how much weight you're going to give to someone, A, that age, and B, with their own issues, and C, with their own emotionality. And of course, their brains aren't fully developed. So I think that Dr. Pritchard gave a lot of weight to those young people, the kind of weight he would give if in a different forensic evaluation.
And so you and Pritchard are on equal setting in the sense that neither one of you have evaluated Aiden Fucci.
That's correct.
Okay. So, Dr. Pritchard.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Dr. Pritchard said that Aiden's actions were premeditated. Do you disagree or agree with that?
I don't see how you can say they were premeditated. We don't know what's inside his head, his state of mind at the time. We just don't know. And so, if I say yes or I say no, what am I basing it on? The other thing I want to go back to is I read all the collateral sources that Dr. Pritchard did, and I summarized what they said, and many of them said very positive things about Aiden. And that, so we really have to look at that collateral issue. Premeditated. It's beyond me to try and get inside of his head and to draw together strands of information to say that this was premeditated. I just couldn't do that, and I don't see the evidence for it.
Meaning you wouldn't rely on the police reports alone. You would have an evaluation or at least an interview before you reach that conclusion.
It's such a big thing to say someone premeditatively did this that I think you can say that's my thought, that's my hunch, but to say it, I couldn't say it definitively. I couldn't possibly say it definitively. I didn't have enough information.
And to reach that, Pritchard was in reliance on statements to the girlfriend regarding plans or ideas of what he would do in the future. I believe that's part of what Pritchard's relying on, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So the statements of the girlfriend and then the actual scene itself?
I don't know. Dr. Pritchard also talked about fantasies being rehearsals. Fantasies are a lot of things. When I worked in a drug program, as well as when I worked with psychosexual offenders for the Federal Probation Department, we had people keep journals of their fantasies. Not so that they would rehearse doing psychosexual lewd and lascivious acts or relapse into drugs, but so they wouldn't. So lots of people have fantasies and they don't act on them. Also, I just don't see fantasies as rehearsals. And so fantasies can be scary. Talking about it with your girlfriend could be a way to alleviate that fear. I haven't interviewed the girlfriend, so I don't know exactly what he said to her or didn't say to her, or how she perceives it, or any of that. So I just don't think there's enough information to definitively say that it was premeditated.
So part of what Dr. Pritchard's relying on is the actions in terms of 114 stab wounds.
Yes.
And in his opinion, that shows premeditation and a lack of impetuosity.
How?
Or how do you disagree with that?
I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. How does that determine? You mean
Meaning the number of stab wounds in itself.
You mean Aiden Fucci sat down someplace and said, "I'm going to stab this girl 114 times"? Is that what's being said? Isn't that
by Pritchard in terms of the premeditation and lacking impetuosity?
I don't see how you can say anything about his impetuosity at the time of the offense without making assumptions about what's going on in his state of mind and his head. So I could say that. Stabbing someone 114 times is a horrendous act. I don't know what happened. Did he dissociate at the time? Did he go away from normal thinking? But I can't believe that someone said, "I'm going to stab a person 114 times." He did it. I understand that. And I'm not condoning it. It's horrible. But how is that premeditated? I mean, I don't get that. I mean, I just don't understand it. So.
And is it, in your practice, have you seen examples where individuals, whether it's stabbing or shooting multiple times, where that was an impetuous act, a not planned act?
You know, sometimes there's some literature, and it's not negative literature, but it's about police officers. Sometimes when police officers shoot, they shoot more shots than they have to because they get into a headset, not because they're bad police officers and not because they're doing anything wrong, but because it's a dissociation that happens. So, can you say the question again?
An example where there's a large number that's not impetuous, whether it's shooting or stabbing.
Large number that's not in.
Meaning, part of what Pritchard's relying on is the number. That's not the only thing, but it's because it's 114 stabs that it's not impetuous.
We don't know what was going on with Aiden, what his state of mind was, that he dissociated, he stabbed her, and then continued doing it because his mind dissociated and depersonalized. I mean, these are legitimate psychological factors. I don't know what happened.
And fair to say, it's because you don't know what happened, you can't reach that conclusion.
That's right.
All right. Now, Dr. Pritchard had also said that Aiden lacks remorse, and you saw the video with that short statement. Is that something you agree with in terms of the Dr. Pritchard's reaching that conclusion?
I think that he's showing remorse. He had that short statement. There are a couple of things. There's a short statement. He wrote a letter. And he pled. He accepted responsibility. He didn't say, "I want to go to trial. I didn't do this. I'm plead not guilty. Let's go to trial and drag everybody through this." He pled. So it shows that he, in that short video, in the longer letter and in the acceptance of responsibility for the action, I believe that, remorse is another one of those things that's hard to measure, but I believe it shows that he's likely remorseful. Doesn't excuse the act, but it's remorse.
And one of the last things that Dr. Pritchard had addressed was Aiden's poor prognosis for rehabilitation. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, before the incident, before the murder, I would have said that there was an excellent prognosis for Aiden's rehabilitation, because when people reached out to him, Dean Wetchin and the deputy, they both said that he progressed, that he talked to them about things, that drugs and alcohol use. He was open with them. One person wrote that they were shocked that he did what he did. And so then we have the whole jail. So now he's in jail, and he's acts differently. And jails are different places. Jails aren't schools, they're not communities. There's a whole issue of how one has to act in jail to survive. There's issue of prey and predator. What are you going to be? Are you going to be? How do I survive in here? So I think that given mentorship programs, counseling, people reaching out to him, that there's a likelihood that he could be rehabilitated. It won't be easy and won't be quick. He has to talk about what happened, and he has to explore with someone who can explore with him why it happened. And these are not easy things, but they're possible things. And they can happen in the Department of Corrections. But it requires a lot of work on both his part as well as the people providing service. He didn't have any, there's no conduct disorder, there's no history of arrests or anything prior to this. So something happened, and it's mind-boggling what happened.
So in the past, meaning before May 9th, at least within the school records, there's examples of him learning if there's a behavioral issue to go to Dean Wetchin, go to see Officer Beasley. So there's an ability to learn and modify his behavior.
Yes.
And then this event, which is a significant distinction between any infractions that were in school.
Absolutely.
But because there's that, is this fair to say, because there's that history of him learning to go to mentors, so to speak, persons in authority, that he can do that moving forward into the future?
I think so, yes.
And that's possible in custody, provided those programs are provided to him?
Yes.
All right. So if he's just in custody without any of these programs, he's not likely to...
If he's just in custody without any programs, there'll be asocial people who mentor him instead of pro-social people. And that's the scary part of young people in the prison system.
Meaning other criminals?
Other criminals.
But if he's provided with these programs where he's got some decent mentors and ability to learn and grow, he has a good prognosis of rehabilitation.
I think there's a prognosis that's positive, yes.
One moment. This last point then regarding rehabilitation. Independent of Aiden and why he's here today, part of why we have these specialized sentencing hearings, is it fair to say, is that children as a class can be rehabilitated?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll go for about an hour and 45 minutes. Return for closing.
Fourth and recess. So just kind of circle over to the order.
You can all be seated. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case 2021 CF 825. Everyone is present. We are ready to begin our cross-examination. State, you may begin. The witness is seated and still under oath.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bloomfield.
Good afternoon.
I want to start with the testimony that you gave that you and Dr. Pritchard in this case, the fact that you were both doing records reviews and didn't evaluate him, that you were on equal footing. You remember saying that, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. You understand, and you're well aware that the decision on whether to evaluate him, and especially with you, lies at this table. The defendant and the defense, that's a decision this table makes, correct?
Yeah, I imagine so, yes.
Right. And you wanted to do that if you were allowed the opportunity.
Well, that's not exactly true. When I was contacted, I was asked to do a very specific, two very specific things. One was to be able to testify about brain development, and two was being able to testify in rebuttal, if it was appropriate, about what Dr. Pritchard said. So I said, well, does that involve an evaluation of Aiden Fucci? And the answer was no, because we're not asking you to evaluate him. We're asking you to do just two things: talk about brain development in general, which I do often, and two, to talk about any parts of Dr. Pritchard's work that I might disagree with.
Dr. Bloomfield, my question was, considering you were asked to testify in a sentencing of a juvenile with all the factors that you know are into play, you would have liked to evaluate him. That would be the preferred method in order to speak to this court and not be limited in your opinions.
I don't think that I can answer that question. I answer it the way
Well, it's a yes or no. Would you prefer to speak to an individual before providing testimony about them? It actually hasn't been.
I don't know. You ask me to answer something yes or no, but it involves more than yes or no. The preferred way for anybody to do a full forensic evaluation is to see the individual. But that's not what I was asked to do. I was asked to do.
I understand it wasn't what you were asked.
So, in order to do what I was asked to do, I didn't need to see him.
And you also understand that same latitude or decision making is restricted on the state side.
Say again?
The state's hands are tied in a different way than yours and the defense's hands are. You understand that,
yes,
correct?
Sure.
You've been in this system a very, very long time.
Yes, I have, yes.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, you talked in the beginning of your testimony about, obviously, basically educating the court about adolescent brains, right?
Yes.
We heard about that for a while. Adolescent brains are different. Adolescent brains and adolescents take more risks. And that is well accepted medical and psychological science, correct?
Correct.
And I believe I heard you say you watched the testimony yesterday. Did you watch Dr. Pritchard testify?
Yes.
And he said he agrees with that, 100%.
Yes. He
correct?
said that. Yes, he did.
Okay. So no one here in this courtroom is disagreeing with that fact.
I know Dr. Pritchard's not.
Right. And it's those facts that gave judges in homicide cases committed by juveniles, ultimately after all these cases came out, that's what gave the judges discretion when dealing with juveniles on how to sentence, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. There's no more with a juvenile. They committed first-degree murder. We don't care how, why, or when, life. There's no more of that in Florida for juveniles.
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And so because of all of this medicine and psychological information about juveniles and brains, Florida crafted this statute. Are you aware of the statute and the factors that were here?
Yes.
Okay. And they did that to provide guidance to courts on how to sentence juveniles, correct?
Correct.
So the general information we know about his peer group is accepted, right?
Yes.
Now this court needs guidance on how to sentence this individual, correct?
Yes.
So we should be looking at Aiden Fucci and the crime Aiden Fucci committed, correct?
That's part of what needs to be looked at.
Through the lens of everything else you stated earlier, correct?
Correct.
And we should compare him to his peer group, which is juveniles.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how we compare him to his peer group. I know that people would like to compare him to his peer group, but at this moment, I don't know how we compare him to his peer group. We haven't interviewed his peer group. We haven't interviewed him.
Dr. Blinfield, his peer group meaning all juveniles and all juveniles that commit crimes.
I thought you meant.
No, I'm in the forensic setting here. In court.
I'm sorry. Ask the question again.
When the court is looking for guidance to help make a decision on how to sentence this juvenile, we need to compare him, everything about him, and the act, everything that the statute prescribes. We need to look at that and compare that to other juveniles that commit crimes and commit violent acts and homicide, correct? Yeah.
Please turn their cell phones off in the courtroom.
Because we're not going to compare him to adults, right?
Right. We're not going to compare him to adults. I think the court needs to do what the court feels it needs to do about how to come to a decision. There's a hard sentencing's hard, and different judges, different courts, different psychologists look at different things and give weight to different things. And so I'm not going to prescribe to the judge what he should be looking at. He's aware of what he needs to look at.
Right, the statutes tell him what he's to look at.
That's
but
right.
The whole point of this is that we're looking at him individually and his crime because of this lens and brain development and everything we're supposed to look at juveniles through, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you said that all juveniles take more risks, all juveniles are immature, this is this group again, and all juveniles can be impetuous, right?
Can be, yes.
But not all juveniles commit crimes
That's
in general.
correct. Absolutely.
And not all juveniles commit violent crimes.
Absolutely.
And not all juveniles commit murder.
Absolutely.
And you heard Dr. Pritchard talk yesterday about the statistics and trends, not even trends, statistics by the U.S. Department of Justice that indicate that less than 1% of juveniles who commit crimes commit murder.
Right. Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have a problem with that statistic. You're aware of that. You've worked with juveniles your entire career.
And I read the research that he quoted, yeah.
Okay.
He provided it.
And then, based on all of your knowledge, experience, evaluations in the criminal justice system, not all juveniles that commit murders like what occurred to Tristan Bailey. That's fair, correct?
Yes.
A lot of juveniles may shoot someone one time, may make an impetuous decision, right?
Some do, yes.
Some do, right? Not all murders committed by a juvenile or an adult are as vicious, I think your word was horrific, and awful as that committed to Tristan Bailey.
That's true. Many are. Many are. It's not unique.
This murder is not unique?
I don't have when we talk about horrific things that juveniles do when they murder someone, it's not the first case I've been involved in where a juvenile has murdered someone and done it in an unusual, horrific manner. And so I don't have a way to weigh that. I'm not condoning it. I don't want that to be heard. But juveniles who commit murders often do horrible things, set people on fire, put people into waterbeds, throw babies against bookshelves, rape, behead. These are all things that people do. I don't have a way to judge how horrific something is. All of them would be horrific if it happened to me or somebody I knew. All of them. There would be. I couldn't understand it. So It's a horrific crime, but so are all the other ones I just mentioned. And so there are some murders where a gun goes off and somebody is murdered. And there are others where there are horrible, horrible things that happen. And so that has to be weighed, of course. And I imagine the court will be able to do that.
Well, and do you see the difference between even the two examples you just gave in a psychological, clinical sense?
Between what?
A juvenile who murders someone by shooting them one time and a juvenile who sets someone on fire
Or does all those
or does
Sure, I see.
114.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I see something.
So you acknowledge there's differences within the
Absolutely.
range of murder committed by juveniles.
And adults, yes, absolutely.
And Dr. Pritchard, in his vast experience, described, and it's not just the act, the whole case, all of the records, everything that you and Dr. Pritchard considered about Aiden Fucci and the nature and circumstances of this crime, he described as unique. Do you disagree with him about that? Or do you agree?
I think the actual crime was unique. I don't think everything else is unique. How could you say, it'd be crazy to not say that the crime wasn't unique.
Okay, so you do agree that it
I
was
think
unique.
everybody in the world would agree. It's a tautology. It's of course it was.
Dr. Bloomfield, you went on in kind of explaining juveniles and some things that should be considered when kind of thinking about could they make better choices, did they have support and things like that. You would agree that you see some juveniles and probably adults that don't have that in their life, don't have support, mentors, people, which is probably why it's something to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree, though, that, and I think you did at least mention one, Mr. Fucci had, you mentioned the school resource officer, right? You saw
Yeah.
that there was a bond or a relationship there,
Correct.
right? He had Dean Wetchen. Did you read his information?
Yes, I did. I think he provided a great deal of support.
And through the school, he had tutors at least one day a week that he was going to see. Dean Wetchen, I think, was the one talking
I think
about
Dean
that.
Wetchen was the one who did that, right? Yeah.
He's had his grandmother, seemed to love him a lot, lived with them a majority of the time, right?
True.
And they were close. He had a mother in the home.
True.
He had a stepfather in the home,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And he had his biological father.
Yes.
And so this adolescent had some of that support, mentors, and things that you would hope one would have to help them through life and make decisions and things like that, correct?
He had some, and he had some where he was totally on his own with his 3 or 4 friends they would do drugs, have sex, do all kinds of things, cut himself. Where no adult was around or any adult intervened. As a matter of fact, I understood that sexual activity was going on where there were adults in the house, in other rooms, in other places. So, yeah, all those things existed, and as well, this incredible on his all the kids on their own behavior that was pretty, not good behavior.
And you said, as a group, again, juveniles fail to sometimes understand consequences, right?
Yes.
There's a diminished capacity there.
Yes.
But not with everything, isn't that fair?
Probably.
There's juveniles that understand consequences and can behave accordingly generally. Generally.
Sure. Yeah, sure. In general,
There's straight A students that go through school and never, ever get in trouble disciplinary-wise, things like that. There's juveniles making good decisions, correct?
there are juveniles who make good decisions, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me then that there's a difference between a juvenile, because I think you used the word that all juveniles can't perceive the risk of harm, risk of consequences. But there's a difference between a juvenile who can't perceive them and someone who knows and appreciates the risk and consequences and just chooses to do something different or doesn't care. There's a difference.
In what you framed, of course, there's a difference.
Yeah.
You framed it as a difference. Yeah.
Right. And you recall when you read through all of the teachers' depositions, I believe you listed a lot of their names.
A lot of them.
Right, a lot of them. And do you recall a theme within all of those teachers that Mr. Fucci's problem was not that he didn't have the ability to do X, Y, and Z. He didn't have the ability to conform behavior. He didn't have the ability to not listen to teachers. His general problem was he just didn't want to.
I didn't read that. I mean, if you did that, you read it. You read something that I didn't read. I read that he was having a tremendous struggle in school. That he, from early on, compounded by audiological problems that were never remediated. He was having trouble in school from 4th grade on. His teachers talked about him struggling academically. His grades were horrible. His testing on standardized tests were the lowest that could be. And it wasn't just choice for him. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do the work. And teachers tried to work with him, but they were unable to remediate those specific learning disabilities.
And I'm not saying he wasn't still having problems, but what I'm saying is
I didn't see the same thing you saw. If we read the same things.
Did you see that when he applied himself, when he tried, he would actually make some progress? Matter of fact, the last 2 years, his grades were going up, not down.
He was involved with Dean Witchen and the school resource deputy, who I think had a tremendous impact on him. And I think what that speaks to is the ability for him to reform, rehabilitate, and desist from negative behaviors when there's somebody who puts their hand on his shoulder and treats him individually and respectfully. And so I think that that's what you're seeing when his grades were going up, is that these two people, men, spent time with him and treated him with respect and demanded respect from him. And so I think the intervention, which speaks to everything I said about whether he's rehabilitatable, if there's the appropriate intervention, which there was, he does better. He did somewhat better. It wasn't perfect because these two people can't spend the amount of time that has to be spent to reform, rehabilitate someone. So I think the point you're making is a good point, but I think it speaks not to his conscious decision to do badly, but to how he responds to appropriate intervention in a pro-social manner. And so I think that speaks to the entire issue of can there be rehabilitation of this young man.
Dr. Bloomfield, along the lines of this academic history, you would agree with me that the SLD designation that he had, that means that the achievement that the professionals and the teachers would expect to see based on his perceived intellect was falling below that. That's what that means, that he's not meeting the standard they would expect to see based on his intellectual capacity versus some sort of cognitive disability or intellectual disability. Those two things are very different. Cognitive disability is the word you've been using.
They didn't know his intellectual or cognitive disability.
They didn't know his IQ score, doctor.
That's what intelligence is. How else do you measure it?
Did you see where in all of the records no one felt the need to have an IQ test done because they didn't perceive an intellectual disability? It was a learning and achievement. He had a learning disability that kept him from achieving to his level. That's SLD, is it not?
I'll tell you what SLD is if you'd like. by the Board of Education in Florida. Specific learning disability is defined as a disorder in one or more basic learning processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may manifest in significant difficulties affecting the ability to listen, speak, read, spell, or do mathematics. Associated conditions may include, but not be limited to, dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, or developmental aphasia. A specific learning disability does not include learning problems that are primarily a result of visual, hearing, motor, intellectual, or emotional, or behavioral disorders, limited English. And then it goes on for several pages to define what a specific learning disability is.
Doctor,
Well, but you're using it, and you're asking me to define it, and I defined it by looking up what the state of Florida says it is,
and
so that I didn't have to guess.
that's exactly how I said it. It has to do with this person has a learning disability that's affecting their ability to learn. It's causing problems at school. It results in poor grades, all of that, everything that you listed, and then it listed examples, dyslexia, and other things that you went down the list, correct? Mm-hmm. Did you note when you were reading it said this does not include intellectual disabilities?
I did.
It did.
I did,
because
yes.
those are two different things. And a child, let me finish my question.
Yeah, sure, I'm sorry.
Those are two different things, correct? Someone who would be intellectually disabled, you know what that means under the law. You probably testify about it all the time, correct?
Correct.
ID.
Correct.
What we used to call mentally retarded
Correct.
in the legal system. That is completely different than a child who has been classified as SLD in school. Yes or no? That's my question.
Yes.
Dr. Bloomfield, when you were asked about Aiden Fucci's, Ms. Peoples asked you, did his family have a history of mental health? And I believe you mentioned an uncle. I think that was it, correct?
I think, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence in the records that you saw that the defendant has a mental health history diagnosed, correct?
That's correct.
His mother has a mental health history, correct?
Not that I know of.
And his biological father. None of that, correct?
Not that I know of.
Nobody living in his home, correct?
Right, that's not what yes.
Okay. You mentioned it earlier in your testimony, you were asked about risky behaviors. Did you see any evidence of risky behaviors in the records? And you've testified to them. But I just want to ask you about one of them. You mentioned that the risky behavior, one of them that you saw was that he cut himself one time to see what it felt like. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you got that information from Michaela Harris, basically,
yes.
The friend, right? And the context, though, of that cutting, when she described how that came about, isn't it true that it was because Aiden saw that she was a cutter, saw evidence of that, and he thought that would be cool?
Yes.
So he did it, okay?
Yes.
So it wasn't reported out of a phase of depression or suicides. That wasn't the context.
No, it was risky behavior.
Correct. Do you think the context for that behavior is important?
I think anybody who cuts themselves because someone else cuts themselves is engaging in risky behavior, even if they just want to know how it feels.
Right.
By the way,
Doctor.
People who cut themselves always say they want to know how it feels. That's the nature of cutting. There's a whole process of people who cut themselves to relieve psychic pain and to know what it feels like to not have that. So Aiden looking at her doing that and saying, oh gosh, I'm going to do that, I'm going to see what it feels like. I wouldn't do that. I don't want to take that risk. He was willing to take that risk. Who knows if he would have bled out, who knows whatever. But so I don't think it was suicidal, no.
Right, and there's no evidence in the records at all of any actual attempt by Aiden Fucci to commit suicide, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, I want to move on to touch on a few things before we end up here. Maturity. I believe your answer to that was you couldn't say, or you think you're just saying he is immature because he's a juvenile?
He does immature things. He does...
Doctor, your testimony earlier was that he's immature because he's a juvenile, correct?
My testimony before, I believe, was that he's immature because he's a juvenile and he does immature things.
Right.
I think that's what my testimony
Right.
was.
And I think that you were drawing a distinction. She was asking you what you differed with, and you said she asked you if you differed from Dr. Pritchard on maturity, because Dr. Pritchard had noted some other people's thoughts on that, correct?
Dr. Pritchard noted some other people saying he was mature, but what I differed about was I wouldn't rely on calling him mature based upon an untrained person saying, well, he looks mature to me. And so Dr. Pritchard was relying on collaterals that I don't think have the weight to say that he's a mature person. The issue of brain development plus his own behavior shows, I think, the maturity.
And you understand that when Dr. Pritchard mentioned some of those persons, it was still in the context, and all of those persons, when they gave an opinion, it was mature for his age.
All of those people? Who said it?
Well, I'm about to go through them, but...
So, my recollection is one person said it.
Okay. Are you aware that the probation officer, Officer Barton, that's been visiting him in the jail since his arrest, are you aware of him from
Yes.
DJJ?
Yes.
He's worked in DJJ for 20 plus years.
Yes.
Supervising juveniles.
Yes.
He made the statement that he was mature for his age. That's all.
That's correct. He's the only one that I
Okay.
read, that I know of.
Are
I
you-
could be wrong, but he was
you
the only one.
recall
But
Sergeant-
how would you base a decision?
Dr. Bloomfield, I'm not...
Were you asking me?
Answer the question.
He was about to ask me a question, so...
Well, when I said you, I meant me. How would I base a decision on maturity based upon a probation officer's sense of a child? One probation officer's sense of a child. Juvenile probation officers see a lot of kids. Kindergarten teachers see a lot of kids. We're talking about a concept, a factor, maturity. How does it measure? Just by looking at him? Just by seeing how he acts? Or is there some actual measure that I would use to test maturity?
Do you have a test for that in your
Do I have
psychological
a test for that?
battery?
No.
A test?
No.
Okay, so you have to look to collateral sources for that information, do you not?
No, I could use hypothetical situations with him. I could use other psychological factors on psychological tests. There's no particular scale that measures maturity that I know of.
And all of those things you could have done had you seen him. You could have done that, correct?
If it was appropriate, sure.
You could have administered IQ tests and psychological tests to him if you were permitted to see him.
Yes.
And so beyond the 20-year probation officer, there was also a correction officer, Sergeant Cox with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and Dean Wetchen, who has been in the education system for 35 years. So there's 3 people generally stating Aiden was very mature for his age.
I didn't see Dean Witchen say that. I have
Okay.
notes on what Dean Witchen said. I didn't see, he thought he was a good kid.
Dr. Bloomfield, I didn't ask you what else he said.
No, he didn't say maturity is what I'm saying. I
Okay.
didn't see that. If you saw that, that's something that I didn't see.
I'm just asking you what you remember.
Right. Well, I took notes on what these people said, and I didn't see him saying that he thought Aiden was mature. He said he gave him a threat assessment. He didn't think it was negative.
Dr. Bloomfield, it's okay if you don't remember. It's fine.
I understand it's okay if I don't remember, but I'm not sure he said that.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, you explain what impetuosity is.
I tried to. It's hard.
Acting without thought.
Say again?
Acting without thought. That's what I wrote down when you testified. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay. And Ms. Peoples asked you, do you feel that Aiden Fucci, she asked it generally, is impetuous?
I think he's impetuous, yeah.
Well, when you testified on direct, you said, I'm sure he is, in general
What did
terms.
I just say now? I'm sure he is. I think he is. Okay.
Okay. Do you know what the statutes say the court is to consider about impetuosity?
I don't have it memorized.
Okay. It's actually whether his impetuosity, not just is Aiden Fucci impetuous. As we stated, all juveniles can be impetuous. What the court's to consider is the crime that was committed, the murder, is that a result of his impetuosity? And I believe you went further and said that you believe it is, correct?
I don't believe that I said those words.
Okay, so was his murder as a result of his youth and impetuousness, or was it something else?
I don't know.
You don't know. You can't look at everything in this case and make a determination.
About his state of mind when he committed this crime? No, I can't.
You can't. And that takes me to the last thing you talked about, premeditation. You said, I don't see how anyone could possibly say this crime was premeditated. Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Doctor, did you read everything in the records about the premeditation? Did you read all the evidence?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Did I read? I read everything that I quoted, that I said I read.
And you saw no evidence of premeditation?
I didn't see evidence that I could say this crime was premeditated, is what I said, and is what I'm saying now.
Do you know what the legal definition of premeditation is?
I have an idea, but I'm sure you know better than I do.
What do you think it means?
What do I think it means?
Yeah.
Pre-planning, specific pre-planning determination. I asked Ms. Peoples, is when we talk about premeditation, when Dr. Pritchard talked about it, did he mean that Aiden was going to go out and stab Tristan 114 times? I don't know. Why don't you tell me what it means, and I have a better idea.
So premeditation means, in the state of Florida, killing after consciously deciding to do so. It doesn't have to be, it has to be present at the time of the killing, and there's no time that the law allows or affixes. It doesn't have to be a minute, a month, a week. It has to be time for someone to make a conscious thought about killing someone, and then time to reflect on that decision. That's what premeditation is. And so you read everything that Zophie provided as a background to Aiden Fucci and all of his thoughts about murder, correct?
All of his thoughts, yes.
Okay. You read that he had an obsession or an extreme interest in gore, murder, and specifically real-life gore. Did you read that?
I wouldn't call it an obsession. I don't think anyone could call it an obsession.
An interest. We'll go with that.
Yes.
Did you read that she said he talked about killing people a lot?
That what?
He talked about killing people a lot.
I read that it was reported that he talked about killing people, yes.
And that he had talked about killing her.
Talked about killing Tristan?
No. Zophie.
Yes. I read that, yes.
And you read, I'm sure, that Zophie said that in very recent time, weeks before this murder, that Aiden Fucci said that he was going to kill someone within a month. You read that?
I read that, yes.
And that how he was going to do it.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
That he was going to be at night, he'd walk up on somebody, he would take them in the woods, and he would stab them to death. You read that, correct?
Yes.
Are you telling this court, saying all of those things and then doing exactly that weeks later is not a premeditated thought to commit murder?
I think premeditated is a legal concept. The court can decide if it's premeditated. I don't know why he said it. I don't know what he was saying. I don't know how reliable Zoe is as a reporter. She's has her own deficits. I don't know the context of how this was talked about. I don't know whether it was egged on. So I don't know a lot of things. You're asking me to make a determination, or Dr. Pritchard, by the way, about premeditation. That's not a psychological term. It's a legal term. And so lawyers and judges can make decisions about premeditation. I don't feel I can based upon what was said, and that's what I've been saying when in direct examination as well as cross-examination, that I don't feel I could make determination that this was premeditated.
Dr. Blanfield.
if it was premeditated, it could be decided on a legal basis. You read me the law, the legal basis of the law. Nowhere in psychology is there a definition of premeditation. It's a legal definition.
It's not, but when the definition of impetuousness is acting without thought, thoughts matter, premeditation matter in making a decision of whether this act was impetuous. You said this homicide was a result of his impetuosity.
I said everything he does is a result of his impetuosity.
Right, so therefore this homicide is. That means killing without thought. That would be the answer to that.
Without regard to consequences, I said a lot of things about impetuousness when I was asked in direct examination, not just one sentence. I said it's impulsivity. I said it's thoughts about poor decision-making, about lack of thinking about consequences. And I can't tell you what his state of mind was when he was talking to Zoe, or when he was talking Sophie, or when he was or when he committed the act. I can't tell you that.
No, you can't. But
that's right, and I don't think Dr. Pritchett can either.
His friend Trey Apsher also. Let me ask the question.
Go ahead. I didn't say anything.
Did his friend Trey Apsher corroborate what Sophie said? He heard statements by this defendant who he wanted to kill.
He heard some statements. Yes,
okay.
Not exactly.
It's true that this defendant had an interest in knives.
Yeah.
Particularly 2 knives.
He had 2 knives.
That he named.
According to self-report, not self-report, according to report, he had 2 knives that he named. Yes.
Of his 2 best friends in life, right?
Right. Both of whom have their own problems.
Both of who picked the murder weapon, poker, as it was named by this defendant, from a photo that was pulled out of a pond.
They were shown a knife that was pulled out of a pond that they had seen before with him. What? Yes.
Right. So they described a knife that you're saying that they're not necessarily reliable. I'm pointing out they described a knife, very specific details given at 2 different times by 2 different people. It's pulled out of a pond. They're shown several pictures of knives, and they picked that one out.
He pled to the offense.
Right.
We know he did it. I mean, I don't understand what you're asking me. We know he did it. We know he did it with a knife.
You made an incredible statement that this crime was an impetuous act and not premeditated. So I'm asking you about that.
I said that I can't, based upon the evidence, I cannot make a statement that this was premeditated. And I don't think one can do that. That's what I said.
Okay. And you can't do it by the act either, right? 114 stab wounds?
I don't know his state of mind at the time. I don't know whether he dissociated after the first stab wound, whether he was depersonalized after the first stab wound. No, I can't. I can't talk about Aiden Fucci's state of mind at the time of the offense, nor do I think anybody else can at this moment.
Dr. Blinfield, you're aware we're here because he pled guilty to killing Tristan Bailey in a premeditated fashion.
I'm aware that we're here because he pled to murdering Tristan Bailey. I'm not sure it was, I don't know, was it he said.
Okay, well, if you'll take me at my word, he pled guilty. He was required to plead guilty and not plea no contest, okay, to her murder, and he was charged with premeditated murder.
Well, if
okay.
He pled to premeditated murder, then
right.
He pled to it. There's nothing I can say.
Versus, there's no insanity issue here.
I don't know.
Well, you were just saying, I don't know what happened.
I don't know if there's a sanity issue. What do you want me to say? How do I know if there was a sanity issue?
I'm not asking you if there's a sanity issue.
Yes, you did. You said there's no sanity issue here. You asked the question, not me. I don't know if there was a sanity issue. Obviously, the defense didn't raise it, so it didn't get raised.
And they didn't let you talk to him.
That's an answer.
And I just want to ask you one last question with the example you gave. You gave an example when talking about this. and I think it was along the lines of the questioning under the number of stab wounds and the nature of the crime. You gave an example where you said, police can shoot at someone and keep shooting, and that's not necessarily premeditated, right? Is that what you were saying?
That's correct.
Are you comparing a police officer shooting and what you were referring to has to go with they can't stop and that's reaction time and things like
I
that?
think that question's unfair because I said I wasn't comparing them. And I said that there was nothing wrong with the police officer doing that. And I was very clear about that I wasn't comparing them and that I wasn't saying that the police officer was doing anything aberrant. I said it happens. So if you're going to ask me a question and tell me what I said, let me say what I said.
I understand that,
Okay.
but you brought it up for a reason.
I brought it up as an example. I also brought up other examples of juveniles who have murdered in horrific manners.
You brought it up in the context of sometimes the police do this and there's overshooting, and you were comparing that to the number of stab wounds. I'm just asking if you're
No,
equating those things. You're
I'm
not, right?
I said in direct that I wasn't equating them.
How long do you think it takes someone to stab somebody 114 times?
I have no idea.
No further questions.
Dr. Bloomfield, the school records didn't indicate any mental illness, correct?
Correct.
All right. But you did receive the pediatric records.
Yes.
All right. And the pediatric records, if you have them, if you could take a look at the 25th page of 40 or on the top right-hand corner of, let's say, 12 of 22.
I think I may have them on my computer. Can you read it to me, or? I may have it.
One second. May I approach your Honor?
What page was it? What page did you say it was?
Maybe 12 of 22.
I think I have it. No. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, say, oh, I'm sorry. The notes under attention deficit hyperactivity disorder say notes, discuss diagnosis differential, and will follow up Vanderbilt form, mom to bring forms back once it's done.
So at one point, on April 8th of 2015, the pediatrician made a note of that, but there's nothing in the school records indicating that this issue was raised.
Correct.
Why did you describe Aiden's friends as unreliable?
Well, because first of all, they're young, and they each have some of their own problems. I'm not diagnosing them or saying that they're bad or do things wrong, but DA was expelled from school, went to Gaines Alternative, and was expelled from Gaines Alternative. That's pretty drastic problem behavior. Sophia was described as having severe anxiety disorder. The other girl had cuts herself, also a sign of a possible trauma-related issue. I'm not saying it is, because I don't know, or a borderline issue or something like that. So they're young, they have their own disorders, and what they say has to be weighed, but weight has to be put on it. And we're all used to doing that. How much weight are we going to put on this disclosure or this report? And I'm saying that I can't put full weight on them because I don't know how reliable they are and how valid what they're saying is and what their recollection is and whether they have some other issue that they're trying to get at, even if they agree. And so I think there's a somewhat problematic issue in putting tremendous weight on the report of young people who are also struggling with their own problems.
And then one moment, Your Honor. So looking at his state of mind, fair to say that you cannot provide an opinion at this time about his state of mind at the time of the offense?
That's correct.
All right. So when the state's repeatedly asking you about premeditation, again, your position is that you cannot answer that at this point in time.
That's correct.
Okay. And then whether or not, and it's not to blame the schools.
Say again?
It's not to blame the schools, but looking at the records that you have, there's nothing in the school records indicating that there's any follow-up regarding ADHD, or even that the IEP recognized ADHD.
That's correct.
All right. Or that any continued follow-up was made, whether it's with the pediatrician or the schools, to further investigate if that's the issue or if it's something cognitive.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. So earlier, or just a moment ago, the state had brought up it's DJJ Officer Barton.
Correct.
All right. Barton had also indicated that Aiden reflected, or Aiden had informed him that he was hearing voices.
Correct.
All right. And Barton also indicated that Aiden stated that he was on lithium, Remeron, and Zyprexa, or lithium and Remeron.
And I think Zyprexa too, yes.
All right. What's the purpose of those medications?
Well, they're psychotropic medications. Lithium's typically used for people who have bipolar disorder. Zyprexa, Remeron are used for some psychotic behaviors and as a calming influence. So those medications are antipsychotics and for bipolar disorder. And they're psychotropic medications. They're heavy-duty medications.
All right. So all of these are psychotropic medications. This isn't for allergies or for acne?
No.
Okay.
Yes, they're all psychotropic medications.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, this witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense doesn't have any further witnesses at this time.
Okay. Are there any rebuttal witnesses that the state plans to call?
No rebuttal witnesses, Judge. We just have this last set of records that I would...
These are additional letters?
Yes. Or, yes, letters, not records. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other letters or any other evidence that the defense wanted the court to consider?
Yes, Your Honor. We submitted them. We have some additional reports and just a summary of the education records that we'll submit this evening. I'm sorry. Additional summary of the educational records and reports that we'll submit this evening.
Okay. I'll receive those letters at this time. Is there a copy for me, or did you just make one for me? You already filed them?
No, I can do it that way.
If you could email it, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be fine. All right. So at this point, we would be moving into argument. We'll afford both sides an opportunity to collect their thoughts. Before we recess for that, I do want to address your client for just a moment, Ms. Peoples.
Can we just have one brief?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. All right. Mr. Fucci, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Fucci, we've been... You can sit down, that's fine. We've been obviously here for the last couple of days conducting a sentencing hearing. You've been present for the entirety of the sentencing hearing. So I have a couple of questions for you. You've heard the witnesses that have been called. You've been present for each of their testimony. Were there any additional witnesses that you had requested or that you requested for your attorneys to call on your behalf during this sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
They have called all witnesses that you wished for them to call, and they've presented. Have they presented? Was there any other evidence that you requested that they present on your behalf that they have not presented during the course of the sentencing hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I saw that you had an opportunity to just speak with your attorneys. There was, it appears as though maybe there were some matters that you did wish for them to enter. Ms. Peoples, I see you're nodding your head. Have you addressed this matter with him?
Yes, Your Honor. It's part of the package that I plan to e-file tonight. I've filed the letters already.
Okay.
So those have been e-filed today or just about an hour or two ago. There's some photos, some records, and additional records that we've discussed that he'd like filed, and those will go through tonight, if not first thing in the morning.
Okay. All right. Other than those matters, are there any other matters that you wish your attorneys would have done during your sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you throughout this sentencing hearing?
At this time, I am.
Well, when you say at this time, so at this point, as far as what they have done, you are satisfied with their representation, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at this time.
And, okay. So we will revisit this then after they've made closing arguments, as you stated at this time. I want to make sure that you're satisfied throughout. And so is there anything else at this point, knowing that we're about to close this portion of the sentencing hearing, there will not be any further evidence presented other than the apparently some photographs that is going to be submitted later tonight. Is there anything else that you wanted your attorneys to present on your behalf during the sentencing hearing?
No, sir.
All right. Do you need any more time to speak with your attorneys about that matter?
No, sir.
All right. All right. It is 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. How much time does each side anticipate requesting for closing arguments? I'll start with the state.
I would think a half hour on the high end, Judge, but probably not that long.
Same.
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 All right, I will give you 20 minutes to prepare your thoughts. So we'll reconvene at 4:40. Madam Clerks, Madam Court Reporter, I do apologize. That means we will be pushing past 5 o'clock. So if you need to make any arrangements, please do so while we're on recess. All right, we'll be in recess until 4:40. It's 20 minutes. Thank you.
Court's recess.
St. Johns County Circuit Court will return to order.
You can all be seated, thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case 2021 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. We are ready to go into arguments for our sentencing hearing. Before we do that, I did receive several items from the defense. I just wanted to make sure that they've been provided to the state and that they are going to be part of the record. The first is sentencing memorandum, defense exhibit number 1, which is a letter from Aiden Fucci dated March 5th. That's the state in agreement with that. The court can receive that into evidence.
Yes, we see that.
And sentencing memorandum, defense exhibit number 2, letter by Jason Fucci as well.
Yeah, the first floor, Your Honor, I've given them a paper copy, but the first floor, I've given them a paper copy, but the articles from the milligram articles, all of that would be going in an email, and I don't believe my assistant had sent it.
Okay, well, let me just go through the first 4 then. Defense exhibit number 3, letters by Crystal Smith. You've received those. And then number 4, letters by Deborah Spywak. You've received those as well. Okay.
And then number 5 had previously been provided.
Okay. That is
by Raul Benasco.
a report by Raul Benasco. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, I'll follow up and file the report of Dr. Fisher.
All right.
There's no objection.
Over defense objection.
What is the grounds for the defense objection?
It's the same objection that were previously cited for Dr. Fisher.
All right, well, let's deal with this first then. Is there an objection to Raul Benasco expert witness report being received? He testified. There's also a report that's being offered that the defense is asking the state to consider. Or is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And then defense exhibit number 6 is the case of the state of Miller versus Alabama, and then a brief for the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Have you received this?
I have not. I would be okay with anything that's case law being filed, but articles and whatnot, I don't have an objection.
All right, let me pass all 3 of these to you.
Yeah,
So
I
they're
see.
basically the briefs that went with the Miller case
That were filed in court.
that were filed. Yes, and one was from the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The other was the brief for the American Psychological Association.
That's fine, Your Honor. If there's a briefs that you could access anyways through that court, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so those have been received, and I will review all those prior to imposing sentence. All right, any other matters we need to address at this point from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No, sir.
All right, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start this afternoon by first just discussing the framework in which Your Honor is to make your decision before sentencing Aiden Fucci in this matter. When you begin with the Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.781C on the sentencing of juveniles, in this structure, the rule states that the court shall make, when you come back and pronounce sentence, you shall make specific findings on the record that all relevant factors have been reviewed and considered by the court prior to posing a sentence of life or a term of years equal to life. And then you are to make some findings in writing, and just one specifically as to whether the defendant is eligible for a sentence review hearing under Florida statutes. And that's based on whether the defendant killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill the victim. So you have to make a specific finding of fact that he killed Tristan Bailey and intended to kill her in this case, which would result in his sentencing review after 25 years. And so that has to be writing. Subsection 2 doesn't apply to him because he doesn't have a prior offense enumerated. And 3 just says that a copy of your written findings about his review hearing, judge, have to be made part of the packet that goes to DOC with him ultimately.
Let me just back you up.
Yep.
Go back to that slide. As far as the court's determination that he killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill the victim, is that based on the evidence that the court, you're asking the court to make a factual determination from the evidence, or is it also from his guilty plea, and was that stipulated to prior to this hearing?
That wasn't stipulated to. I mean, he did enter a guilty plea. So I obviously think we're in a much different posture than obviously a jury would be making a pure factual finding. But no, you should make your own factual finding. It's why we presented the evidence we did for the record here now, for you to make that finding and for any future future court. So you do have to make that specific finding.
All right.
And we believe we provided the evidence for you to do that. And then obviously, judge, the factors. We've heard this statute number a lot, obviously, in the last couple of days, and we've all been listening and hearing about the factors. And what I want to do now is talk about those and the evidence related to each factor and why that evidence means that the court should, in this case with Aiden Fucci, impose a life sentence. And based on all of these factors, even after reviewing everything, the appropriate sentence for Aiden Fucci is still life. And so when you review these factors, it starts with A, and right at the top, the nature and circumstances of the offense. You know, everybody knows the saying that pictures are worth 1,000 words, and that's very true. Even without the pictures, the testimony of Dr. Fulcher painted a picture of this crime alone. But I know you will never forget those photos. What those photos factually showed, and through Dr. Fulcher's testimony, is that there were 114 stab wounds. 49 of those were defensive. And then you see, and you've heard the other numbers here, 35 or more to her head and neck, and 29 throughout the rest of her body. When considering the nature of the crime, what was also important from Dr. Fulcher was to know and learn that she was conscious and alive for this attack. We know that, obviously, from at least 49 defensive wounds. She was fighting. Another important factor about this particular murder is the high degree of force that was used and would have been necessary to cause these wounds, the amount of wounds. And specifically, Dr. Fulcher talked about there's a high degree of force that's needed to penetrate someone's head, make slice marks in her skull, chip out bone in her skull, and ultimately break off the tip of a knife. That takes a high amount of force that this defendant used to carry out this crime, and then the pure number of wounds, Your Honor. And 6 fatal wounds. And he described that death and what happens when the lungs collapse. And he also went further when you had to view the photos and some of the internal organ photos. There's a purpose for those. He described to you that those injuries you saw in her lungs and the hemorrhage medical term for the blood pooling, the hemorrhage around those, what that tells him is she was conscious, she was alive, and there was a heartbeat throughout that process. And we know she was conscious because she's defending herself. So none of these wounds were post-mortem. That's the nature of the physical crime. The circumstances are even more horrific. And that includes several things, but most importantly, the circumstances that led up to this crime was the defendant's verbalization that he wanted to do it. If he was going to kill somebody, he would plan it. It's what he told Sophie, his most closest friend and girlfriend in his life. He said it would be at night, he would drag somebody in the woods and he would stab them. And he said it would be soon, within a month. He said he would act innocent, keep killing, and then run away. The nature and circumstances, just factually alone, is horrific and some of the worst that this court could probably imagine. And then you put it in context through this group of juveniles that you're supposed to consider, juveniles that commit murder. And who helps you do that? Dr. Gregory Pritchard. And so he is called in to talk about the nature and circumstances of this offense and how does that compare? Because that's what the court's ultimately being asked to do. You're given discretion now. You can't just hand a life sentence out for first-degree murder to a juvenile. You can't. You're asked to weigh 8 factors about the juvenile and to weigh the offense. And so that's the purpose in this type of testimony. And so Dr. Pritchard told this court, that this act was extremely unique and extremely violent for anyone to commit, let alone a juvenile. And I think Dr. Bloomfield today eventually admitted that. Yes, I think anyone would say this is unique. And of course they would. But it's also statistically unique. It's not just a layperson's view at uniqueness, but Dr. Pritchard, with his vast experience in seeing these types of crimes, and that's backed up by the statistics. The U.S. Department of Justice tracks this information, and only 7% of all the juveniles in the U.S. in crime statistics that were arrested were even arrested for violent offenses, and only 1% of those were homicide. So homicide alone with juveniles is unique. And then you look at the type and nature and circumstance of this crime, which is obviously extremely unique and different to other murders that could be committed and are often committed by juveniles. He described it as an outlier and unusual. And when you read Miller v. Alabama and some of the cases that come after that, Horsley v. State with the Florida Supreme Court, they talk about those, that there will be juveniles that will deserve a life sentence. There will be those cases, which is why it's on the table, Your Honor. There will be outliers. There will be incorrigible juveniles that deserve the worst punishment, and Aiden Fucci is one of those. The second factor, Your Honor, is the effect of the crime on the victim's family and on the community. I know it's been made clear to you from yesterday to today, there's no way to measure the effect. Tristan Bailey was a daughter, a granddaughter, a sister, a friend. She was a great friend, it sounds like, to many peers. A good student, a good athlete, a leader on her cheer team. And it sounds like she was a positive influence in her school community, would have been in the world. Someone referred to her and said that, we want to go on and be the light. That's what Tristan was. And so this family has lost something immeasurable. And it's not only the family, and the statutes tell you can consider the loss on the community, and you've heard a lot about that, and I'm sure you will and continue to read the letters that came in from local community and beyond, people that were touched by this case one way or the other because they knew the family, knew Tristan, or knew someone affected. And there was over 100 letters submitted outside of this family. This has been an extremely unique case that's touched this community in a unique way. You heard from Mr. Bailey today about the number of vigils, memorials, the support shown through, ribbons and everything the community did, certain businesses that opened up their place for his family and showed support in various ways. This has obviously had an enormous effect on the family and the community, and I think it really goes without saying, and all the evidence is clear on that. One of the other factors that we spent a lot of time on, Judge, along with another one that'll come later, and these really get to who Aiden Fucci is and who was he, trying to understand the juvenile and trying to understand why he committed this particular crime, what led up to, or just really, was this an impetuous crime, or is this different? Again, under that framework of all juveniles are immature, a lot of them will take risks. They will make bad decisions, certainly. But is this murder just that, or is this something different? And so this is a factor that helps you with that, Your Honor, and we've already gone over some of this already. We know he was young. You've heard the testimony about maturity as compared to his peer group. I want to comment on intellectual capacity. You heard a lot about that through both psychologists in this case, and I just wanted to point out, and I think Dr. Bloomfield finally conceded this point earlier when he just testified, that there's no evidence of a cognitive deficit, aka an intellectual disability, in Aiden Fucci. You heard the testimony through Dr. Pritchard of how the teachers described it. It was more academic and a lack of motivation. That's completely two different things. And Dr. Bloomfield even had to agree to that point today. He was designated SLD, which means his performance was not up to par where they would expect him to be, and that was based on a learning disability. His last IEP was done right before this homicide. He was on track to earn a standard diploma. And then you heard about the behavioral issues in school which start to go to this mental and emotional health at the time. And again, we're comparing him to like peers. We're comparing him to juveniles in general. And this juvenile had overall 22 disciplinary referrals. Testimony in the records showed several suspensions. And again, Dr. Pritchard has information and relies on general information about juveniles when saying this is an outlier. Only 5 to 7% of students, K through 12, in their whole life get suspended one time. And this is obviously a teen who had continuous disciplinary problems, behavioral problems, some of them violent, threatening to throw another student out a window, fighting, disrespect. Dean Wetchen said he definitely didn't like to be disrespected, and he had a huge problem with authority. So that is who Aiden Fucci is at this time. And again, Dean Wetchen commented he's more mature than his peers. He's been in the education system for 35 years. He's clearly comparing him to his peer group. And he said he's mature and he had his problems, but he knew what to do. And what's the point of bringing that up? All of these teachers were asked, and I believe I went through this with Dr. Pritchard. You had all of his 8th grade teachers essentially, and the dean interviewed. And they all stated he knew the difference between right and wrong. He knew how to react. Yes, he had a learning disability. We're not talking about that. But he knew and he understood consequences, and he was able to make changes. It's just whether he wanted to or not. And that's the general sense that the teachers and then Dean Wetchen gives about Aiden Fucci. And then you have Mr. Barton from DJJ, obviously another person with experience in talking with juveniles. And he, again, said he's more mature than others, that Aiden Fucci never complained to him about any abuse in his life or abuse at the jail or being beat up by inmates, guards, or otherwise. And he never said that he was suicidal while he was in the jail. And this was somebody who was visiting him regularly to check on him. And it was the same type of well-being check every time. This would have been someone Aiden Fucci could have talked to had that been something of concern with him. And then the statutes ask you to look at his family and his background. And so, Dr. Pritchard commented, it's somewhat unremarkable and normal. Well, he's looking at that from, his world and criminal persons that end up in the criminal justice system. And he said it's, quote, normal from the perspective of we often see defendants and juveniles specifically that are committed awful crimes and they suffer from poverty and extreme abuse in their life, sexual abuse, neglect, and all of these things, and that's just absent here. It's absent here, and that is consistent with all the family accounts. The grandmother, Miss Spywak, she describes him growing up in a loving home, mainly with his mom. His parents were separated, and she said Jason Fucci never missed a weekend with his child. Did he discipline him? Sure. Had Aiden told her about that? Oh, Dad's going to discipline me more than Mom. And he had verbalized a few things to Sophie Bauman about that, but outside of that, outside of being disciplined when he misbehaved, there's no reports, no evidence of any sort of unusual, neglectful, abuseful home. He had it all, according to Grandma. He was spoiled. And the brothers felt the same way about being raised in that house. And so then we get to immaturity, impetuosity, which has obviously been a big thing that we've been talking about the last couple days, and failure to appreciate risks and consequences. Dr. Pritchard doesn't attribute immaturity to the commission of this offense, and that's what's important. It's a fact that Aiden Fucci was 14. It's a fact that he's a juvenile and less mature than adults. What matters was the crime, was the act a result of an immature, impetuous decision or behavior? And no, the evidence is overwhelming that it is just not in this case. And Dr. Pritchard gave good real-life examples where if he was asked as a psychologist, he would have to say, well, yeah, this is different. And he gave a good example of a juvenile who goes into a store to rob it, carrying a gun to scare people, but never intended to kill. And that clerk does something, makes a movement, does something that causes that juvenile to react in that moment and make an impetuous, stupid, horrible decision and kill that clerk, run out of the store. That is a very, very different crime than what we have here. And I'm sure we can all think of similar acts like that by juveniles. Juvenile makes out with their friends and people are drinking and they're partying and a juvenile gets on the hood of a car and someone drives them around, that juvenile falls off and gets killed. I mean, these are the examples of risky behavior, impetuous behavior, juveniles not thinking of consequences. And there's dozens more examples like that can be contrasted with the homicide of Tristan Bailey and what Aiden Fucci did in this case. Dr. Pritchard said there is evidence in this case that although there's the general understanding about these juvenile brain developments, that he can generally understand risk. He's not one of those people who just can't grasp it, that they don't understand. There's a difference. We know it because he told Sophie Bauman that when he killed, he would run away, cover it up, and keep killing. We know from other life events in school that when he got in trouble or when he felt he was about to get in trouble in a classroom, he would ask to excuse himself and go to Dean Wetchin. He knew, if I do this, I'm going to get in trouble, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go vent to Dean Wetchin. So Aiden Fucci understands consequences. Generally, it's clear as well as any other juvenile. And then after the murder, Dr. Pritchard attributed his actions into whether this was an impetuous offense by talking about what he did after. No, he knew what consequences were because he immediately hid a murder weapon so he wouldn't be caught with it on his way home. He went right up into his room as evidenced by that video. He hid the shoes and white shirt behind his dresser. He immediately went in a shower, spent a decent amount of time in that shower, washing evidence off his body. He snuck through that house quietly so nobody would find him or hear him coming home. He did things. He knew he had just done something wrong, and he was trying to cover it up. And then he lies. This isn't impetuous behavior. Your Honor, we know that he was the sole participant in this homicide. It's overwhelming, but it explains why we put forth some of the evidence we did, obviously the premeditated statements. The other reason we, large in part, introduced all the video surveillance was just to prove that he is the only person who was walking with Tristan Bailey. He's the only person. He did this alone, and then we know all of the evidence related to this homicide ended up in his bedroom and in a pond nearby. There's no evidence of any pressure on Mr. Fucci to commit this crime by anybody else. One of the other factors, Judge, is criminal history. He has none. And then the effect of his youth on his judgment. And some of these factors, Judge, overlap, but essentially Dr. Pritchard and Dr. Bloomfield agree. Youth affects judgment. Yes, we talked about that. That's the lens to look at him through. But what did Dr. Pritchard say about Aiden Fucci? He has personal dynamics, personal features that make him unusual and dangerous. Dr. Pritchard testified that he has clinical concerns that something is seriously wrong with Aiden Fucci, and in a bad way. It goes beyond poor judgment. It goes beyond youth with this individual and this crime. Obviously, that's why he made such a point of the unusual preoccupation with death and killing. That's not youth and poor decision making. Again, it's a preoccupation with death, and unfortunately here he carried that out. And then finally, Judge, the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant. And this is a factor to consider in sentencing him, and when you review some of the case law on these post-milligram sentencings, this is a factor. It's not as weighty as it is in resentencing juveniles 25 years from now. Things sort of flip when they get reviewed. A lot of emphasis is put on rehabilitation, but it is something for the court to consider now based on the information we would have to this point. And so that's all the doctors could speak to. Dr. Pritchard told you that he believes there's a poor prognosis based on what he's seen thus far. And that's all he can say. And he told you why he felt that. He told you, that behavior right after the homicide, his actions in the back of the patrol car and laughing, just the callous behavior that he exhibited when he was the only person in the world who knew where Tristan was, and that she was laying in the woods, dead from his actions. His demeanor in the interview room, just showing he's calm. He's asking his parents, what does this have to do with me? Why am I here? Not even looking, told his parents he wasn't scared. Not really. And then, of course, his behavior in the jail and all of the extortion and threats to guards and other inmates. So not just the fact that a juvenile inmate gets in a fight. Of course, those things happen. But what Dr. Pritchard found unique and concerning about Aiden Fucci is that he would brag about his crime, the specifics of his crime, in a way to boast him up and get what he wanted. So I don't shoot my victims. I stab them face to face. Using his actual crime to manipulate, fight, scare others, exert dominance is different than just juveniles getting in fights in jail. And so he's done nothing to this point to exhibit any sort of desire, care, remorse to change anything about his future behavior. And so, Your Honor, just going back to what we were talking about in the beginning, the framework, and this is just the statute number. 775.082 1B1 is where it states that when you make the finding that Aiden Fucci was the one who actually killed and intended to kill Tristan Bailey, he will be entitled to a review hearing in accordance to the statute. And that statute says that he is entitled to review after 25 years. So we've already gone over some of this stuff. You have to make it in writing. He admitted it again, and all of the evidence we've supported and put forward in this case supports that. Your Honor, the decision that you have before you is one of discretion. And like I said earlier, if Aiden Fucci was an adult, there would be no discretion, there would be no conversation. It wouldn't have mattered if he walked in a store and shot a clerk once, or he did what he did to Tristan Bailey. It would be a life sentence. But because of everything that's happened through our courts and the medically and psychologically accepted science, that gives you discretion. And the state of Florida has laid out those factors, and it now requires you to look. It's stating a fact, and we're legally accepting a fact, and you have to look through that lens and make an individual decision about Aiden Fucci. And so that's why the look that Dr. Pritchard did in this case, not just coming to educate you about the juvenile brain, we understand that, but to actually dig in and look at the evidence and try to apply it and then compare it across his peer group and draw differences and come to a conclusion. Is he unique? Is he an outlier? And does he deserve the harshest punishment out there? And that's why they tell you to do an individualized sentencing. And all the evidence that we brought you, and especially through Dr. Pritchard, should help you do that. And all that evidence has really shown us who Aiden Fucci is. And we all know that juveniles confide more. It's common sense. Juveniles confide more in their friends and their peers than they're going to confide in parents and teachers sometimes, and he did that. Aiden Fucci told his closest friends and his girlfriend his most innermost thoughts and desires. And he told them that real life violence was his interest. He wanted to know. He wanted to kill someone and do it by stabbing them, which is clearly different than shooting someone, and it causes much suffering. He knew how, and he knew when he was going to do it. How he was going to do it is he was going to take someone in the woods, just like that, and he was going to kill them. He was going to stab them until they died. That's what we knew. We knew he knew how. We knew that he knew when, that it would be soon. And unfortunately, Judge, his when ended up being May 9th of 2021. And his who ended up being Tristan Bailey. And for all of the evidence that we presented in this case, all of the factors, and showing you how those factors show you who Aiden Fucci is, the uniqueness of this crime, all of that shows you that this particular juvenile should be sentenced to the harshest penalty possible, which is life in prison, and he will be entitled to a 25-year review. And he will have a chance to attempt to rehabilitate himself and prove himself at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Sorry, Your Honor. Good afternoon. When this kind of crime visits a family, every word that the defense has to say, every motion, every argument, can only seem like minimization of the pain to the family and the survivors. But we can't go backwards in time. We can't undo the action. The only thing that we can do today is answer the question of a sentence. And that's whether Aiden would be sentenced to life in prison with a review in 25 years or 40 years with a review in 25 years. And with that in mind, what I'm going to do is walk the court through what the court knows already, and that's statute 921.1401. So looking at that first prong, the circumstance of the crime, of the offense. 14 years old, 114 stab wounds. Those are numbers. They're not insignificant, but they're numbers. A child is now before the court for the life that he took of another child. Horrific, heinous, horrible are just some of the words that have floated around regarding this offense. But we still have to look at the circumstances. The state had presented, or had put in the court file, a photo of the scene, of the neighborhood, and the many lakes or retention ponds in the neighborhood, the many homes and residences in the neighborhood. And what did Aiden do before and after? There's the walking past all those Ring cameras, the running back with the bloody shoes before those Ring cameras, all the different retention ponds that he could have thrown the knife, the clothes, the shoes. No. Threw the knife right there in the closest retention pond and took the shoes back home with him. And then the location matters. It's a spot that the kids had gone to before and visited in the past. A spot that wasn't covered in terms of there's a lot of vegetation there, a lot of palm fronds. There's no effort to hide the body in terms of covering it or burying it. There was no effort to conceal the decedent in terms of removing hands, removing head. All the things that could have been done to disfigure and hide the identity was not taken by Aiden Fucci. Was the crime heinous? Yes. Was that a terrible act? Terrible doesn't begin to describe it. But there are other things that he could have done to cover up this offense that he didn't take. (921-1401) 2B. The effect on the family and the community. And to this, there's no question. None. Fundraisers, vigils, letters. The court heard from the family and the community this morning. And Aiden's family. His grandmother, who tearfully expressed the loss to her family and prayers that she and the rest of the family have for the Baileys. But Your Honor, I have to quote Francis Bacon and observe of revenge. Revenge is a kind of wild justice which the more man's nature runs to, the more ought the law to weed out. And looking to the effect of this on the family and the community, revenge and the calls for it are not appropriate. We use the law and we look to the law in how to sentence Aiden Fucci. Whether 25 review after a 40-year sentence or a 25-year review in a life sentence. So subsection C, and there's been a lot of testimony on this regarding the defendant's age, maturity, intellectual capacity. He's 14. Now today he's 16 before the court, but at the time of this offense he was 14. And some say he's mature. And Dr. Bloomfield rightly pointed out, by what measure? Who do you compare him to? Maturity. Your Honor saw the video clip of him in the back seat of the vehicle throwing up a peace sign. That's not maturity. To his mental health, there can be no question it's an issue. Telling friends that he hears voices, telling the DJJ officer Barton that he hears voices, and the antipsychotic drugs that he is on, lithium, Remron, Cyprexa. Yes, he has issues. But the focus is his age, his maturity at the time of the offense. He was not mentally well. He was not mature for his age. The actions of Aiden and his friends and the risky behavior that these children were involved in points to immaturity. A 14-year-old isn't a late adolescent, but an early adolescent, Your Honor. And you've heard both Pritchard and Bloomfield in agreement about the brain science, that a child that age doesn't have a fully formed brain, that the part of the brain that's involved with risk assessment, the prefrontal cortex, is the last part of the brain to develop. And why is that important? Children do not make sound decisions, reasoned decisions, or wise decisions. Nothing in this offense points to maturity or assessment of the risk, despite what the state would argue to the court. But he will mature, and the brain will form. It's the same with that prefrontal cortex. We're already seeing forms of maturity in Aiden. February 6th, he apologized. That was the first chance that he had that the defense team would allow for him to say something in open court. and members of the family don't accept it. And what apology could he present that would be acceptable? It's understandable why they don't accept the apology, Your Honor. But the child who highest grade level completed is 7th grade, arrested in the 8th grade, not reading at grade level, presented in his own words the best he could. So Dr. Pritchard had much to say about Aiden. And yes, Dr. Bloomfield was contesting certain portions of it. Interesting, though, still, that both of them are in agreement on brain development and that these issues aren't in debate, whether it's psychology or psychiatry or social workers or even pediatricians, that they're all in agreement about children and their brain development and their ability to think through and assess the risk. And I come back to risk while we're talking about this section of the statute of mental health, because the risky behavior that we saw Aiden participate that night was carried through. It didn't start and end with Tristan's death. There's risky behavior in his out of the home after midnight, which his mother didn't know about. The risky behavior was going to a friend's house and smoking marijuana. The risky behavior continued and continued and continued because he's a child. But Dr. Pritchard argued, or it stated, I should say, before the court, that he's mature. But that's not what the evidence is showing. Dr. Pritchard relied on the collateral information in terms of the other children. The other children who had their own problems of anxiety and depression and their own risky behavior. Dr. Pritchard said that his actions were premeditated based on the conversation with the girlfriend, and that it wasn't impetuous. Tossing the knife into the pond, he didn't think was impetuous. But it was. The pond was right there. Some forethought. He could have taken all of the incriminating evidence and placed it somewhere else, but most of it he brought to his home. And Dr. Pritchard said that he lacked remorse, and on this, above all, I have to disagree. Because Aiden has expressed remorse. The court has the letter. Again, it is not the most articulate letter, but it's his words and his writing. And he did that this year at 16 as his best expression of an apology, which over time will improve. As he matures, as he grows older, he'll be in a position to better express himself. And then Dr. Pritchard said that he had a poor prognosis for rehabilitation, but I'll come back to that one. So turning to subsection D, family background. Now Aiden comes from a fairly large family. He, from his mother's side, is the middle child. He's one of 5. On his father's side is a large number of children there too. So as the middle child, his grandmother described him as silly, happy, fun, and respectful. This is the kid that she would gather with the other children in the summers, take to church, have outings, go fishing. Aiden's family loves him, and they care for him, and they don't understand what happened. Both of his parents have provided letters. But what was his daily life like? And there's conflict. We hear from the same girlfriend that he was neglected emotionally, that his father is physically abusive. And then there's the constant movement. Every Tuesday and Thursday and every other weekend, he was in a different house. And it's born out of love. They loved him and they wanted to spend time with him, so that's why there's so much movement. But a child needs consistency. And he didn't have that with the constant movement between the two different homes. Part of the reason why he's late for school is because of the distances that he had to travel to get to school on time. And it's not a complaint. It's just pointing it out, that his background and the complexity of it. But within that background is mental illness. So his grandmother also testified about his uncle. And the uncle at 14, the same age that Aiden was at the time of this crime, was Baker acted and struggles with depression. That his grandfather had some mental illness issues that were so great that she separated the children, his mother and uncle, from the grandfather. So there is a family history of mental illness. And Your Honor, I point these out because it's within the statute. I'm not pointing these out as excuses. Aiden has entered a guilty plea. So turning to subsection F, Aiden stood alone and entered that guilty plea. And the apology. (921-1401) subsection G. Peer pressure, familiar pressure. We know that he was, again, with the children and the risky behavior. We know that there was drug use that night. That it is reported that he had smoked marijuana that evening before walking down or walking off with Tristan. So 921-1401 2H, that there's no criminal history, and there is none. He has no prior arrest, no prior contact with law enforcement, and the minor infractions in the school were resolved with detention or some sort of in-school discipline. But never inside that school setting was it an issue of a red flag is how they were described. Issues where law enforcement is contacted and arrest is made. Any issues that they had with Aiden never rose to criminal conduct or an arrest. But in candor, yes, there's illicit drug use and there are allegations of drinking, not in school, but underage drinking. that are part of who Aiden Fucci is and was. Subsection I is the effect, if any, of characteristics attributable to the defendant's youth or judgment. So here we have a demonstrated lack of judgment that can be completely attributable to his age of 14. A child in middle school who's struggling academically. And his actions are a full demonstration of a lack of judgment in his actions with his peers and the results of his actions. It matters that we're dealing with a 14-year-old, Your Honor. And what do we do with a 14-year-old? He's been direct filed, and he's been brought before the court with these adult charges on an indictment. But the court still has the opportunity to consider his age and give him a term of years. And it does make a difference in terms of the life sentence versus 40 years. Because the court has heard from Raul Espinasco in terms of what the Florida Department of Corrections and the resources available and the targeting of those resources to inmates that actually have a release date. At 14, he goes to the Department of Corrections without completing the 8th grade, again with a reading level and academic level that was scoring below 8th grade. No skills, no skill set. All of those that he would have to learn in prison. With a term of years, he'd actually be in a position where they could place him into one of those programs. He loves working with cars like his father. And that opportunity to learn a skill so that when he reaches his 25-year review, he would actually have an opportunity to present himself as a skilled or some sort of skilled trade would be another reason why to give him a term of years versus a life sentence. But then there's the other half. It's not just that he has no working skills at this point. If he's given that opportunity of a term of years, he can receive programs for rehabilitation. And this is a child that does listen to authority and respond well, because we saw that in his interactions with Dean Wetjen and Officer Beasley. So this statute does not bind the court. The court can, it is a non-exhaustive list. So there are factors that the court can consider, whether it's his grandmother's discussing his faith or his good behavior in court, or that he's loved by his family and that he loves his family. His little sister who longs to figure out what's going on with him and where he is, shows that he is able and capable of forming loving relationships, that he's able and capable to care for others. The court can look out and not see his father and not see his mother on his request that they don't appear, because he is well aware of all the negative press and harm that his actions have had on his family, on his father's employment, that even his mother and his mother's family had to move, and he didn't want any further harm should they even come to court. The court can consider that he had a diagnosis that was not followed up of ADHD, that the schools that did a phenomenal job weren't in a position to provide him with intellectual testing, to provide him with counseling, and therapy that he desperately needed. And how do we know that he desperately needed therapy? Because at 14, his recreational time was spent smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol with friends. And that he started before this offense. That within the school, in the school records, it's identified that there were behavioral issues, and yet no therapy was provided specific to that. So Aiden is presenting as disabled, and the full depth of it we don't know. It's based on the records. We know that he had issues with auditory and speech that were not fully developed or fully examined in the school, and that he had a language-based learning disability. And that the school psychologist that was within the IEP wasn't a psychologist in the sense of a trained professional. And I don't mean in the sense of 40 years like Dr. Pritchard or in excess of 40 years like Dr. Bloomfield. She had a bachelor's degree, not a master's or a doctorate. Perhaps had she had one, she would have recommended the testing that Aiden didn't receive in the schools. That wasn't followed up on as suggested by his pediatrician. So, Your Honor, turning to 921-1401, subsection J. He's 14 and he's presumed to have a potential for rehabilitation. And I do understand that Dr. Pritchard thinks not, but he does. We have the example that has been testified to by Dean Wetchin, that in the school setting, given an opportunity for the mentoring between Dean Wetchin and Officer Beasley that demanded respect as the officer and the dean, that Aiden responded well. That given an opportunity to express himself or deal with behavioral issues by going to them, he did that. And there was a noticeable difference in terms of the disciplinary issues that they had at the school. In Department of Corrections, can he be rehabilitated? Yes. And the best way for that to happen would be with a term of years. With a term of years, you'd have access to programs for counseling, for mentorship, and for skills. Again, he's going in with nothing. Absolutely nothing. He doesn't know how to fix a car. He doesn't know how to do anything electrical. He has no skill sets. So given that ability to get the term of years and get into one of those programs that would allow him to improve would be a benefit. Not just to Aiden, but to everyone. So what is the court to do with Aiden Fucci? Would sentencing him to 40 years diminish or take away from the 114 stab wounds And I submit no. 40 years is not a light sentence. It is not an easy sentence. It is a 40-year sentence that this child will be placed in the Department of Corrections with grown men who have experience in the Department of Corrections. And Raul Bonasco had described the need to keep children separated and protected. But that protection only lasts for about a year. Nothing moving forward for Aiden Fucci will be easy, and it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be. But the 40-year sentence doesn't make light of what happened on Mother's Day in 2021. It still is punishment that every day that he's in custody,